Testing, testing.
Hey, good morning, Sarah. Good. You just keep understanding.
Testing, testing.
Right? Always a nice thing.
What's going on? Well, he was closer. statements to the jury, but they will all be made a court exhibit in the event that there's some dispute later on. Can I announce them for the record?
Sure.
The videos are all contained, I believe it states Exhibit 19. Kyle Lehman, a video named Marian Kavachenko, Nikolas.
Are you going to give a list to the clerk, or do you want me to write these down?
Well, I think it's good enough. It's just, we'll do an order, but just so it's on the record.
Okay, so in other words, the clerk and I don't need to write down all these names as you're saying them, so that we can.
We'll do an order.
You'll do an order.
And then we'll substitute we'll have the defense look at
Okay.
it. And then we'll substitute.
Is that better? Because I was
One
trying
is
to
a
write.
court exhibit.
Okay.
And one is a court exhibit and one is
Sure.
one for the jury.
We're both trying to write down as you're talking, and we won't do that then.
Okay.
Thank you.
The third was Nicholas S.I., M-A-Z-Z-E-I, video Tyler West, video Aaron Feis, video Anthony Borges, video Scott Beigel, and video Sophia D'Elia, D''E-L-I-A, and the photos were marked as State's Exhibit 117, 118, 163, 203, 373. Just so it's clear, I didn't mean to say 17. It's 117. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. Mr. Marcus, what was the last one?
The last one,
Yes, the exhibit number, please.
373.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just one last thing. At whatever point the state rests, we have a witness that we would like to proffer, testimony we'd like to proffer based on the court's orders. And again, obviously I don't know when the state's going to rest, but I just wanted to put the court on notice that we have that request. I don't think it would take any more than 30 minutes.
Okay, I'll consider that at the appropriate time.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we bring in the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
Jurors are entering.
All the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you again. State, whenever you're ready, you may continue.
All right, Dr. Denny, good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Denny, did you have occasion to observe Dr. Jones's testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall that his standard of deviation was 1.5 that he deemed appropriate?
That's what I recall.
Doctor, do you have with you the DSM-5 TR?
I do not.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you to look through it. I'm just going to give it to you.
Okay.
And just, is that what you call the DSM-5?
Yes.
Okay. Although there was a new edition, and that's why it's called TR now?
Yes, for text revision.
Okay. And what is that manual to you? How do you use it?
Right, this is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. It's the book of classifications that spell out, what criteria you use and how you determine what a mental health related diagnosis is.
Okay, and in reference to FASD, I think you testified before where it was in that book, correct?
Yes, it's in Section 3.
Which is considered what?
Which is considered, in Section 3 there's a subsection for emerging measures and things that are still under research but not yet ready for clinical use, and that's where that classification for neurobehavioral disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure classification resides.
And did you listen to Dr. Connor's testimony?
Yes, I did.
And what was his standard deviation that he was using?
Well, he referenced several, but I think he was using one standard deviation, if I recall correctly.
Okay, and that's different from Dr. Jones's?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had talked before about the Canadian guidelines, correct?
Yes.
And how are the Canadian guidelines found? Is it a book like that, or how is that published?
I believe it's published it's published actually in more of a research article where they present their guidelines in a publication.
Okay. I'm not going to make this an exhibit. I'm just asking you, is that the Canadian guidelines?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you had referenced some of those in your PowerPoint, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And in reference, and this is, I want to clarify something on the Canadian guidelines. If you will, you had put a table 1 in your PowerPoint, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I think it's on page 193. If you would look, that's what the PowerPoint said.
Okay, very good. Oh, yes.
Okay, now, what I wanted to clarify, in the Canadian guidelines, excuse me. Now, do they have two FSAD guidelines, one for FASD with the sentinel facial features and FASD without the 3 facial features? If you look at 5.1, 1.2.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so if the defendant didn't have the 3 facial features, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so if it's FASD without sentinel facial features, what are the requirements if it's without facial features under the Canadian guidelines?
Well, you have to have evidence of impairment in 3 or more of the identified neurodevelopmental domains, and obviously confirmation of prenatal alcohol exposure with the estimated dose to be high enough to cause neurodevelopmental abnormalities.
Okay, so FASD, it could, Canadian guidelines, it could be with sentinel features, the 3 facial features, or without it, correct?
Yes.
And if it's without it, that's, it's agreed, you agree with the defense experts, it's without it, correct? Without
Correct.
facial features here for the defendant, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so then it goes to still must have the 3 severe impairments in the domains.
Yes, and it directs you to where they are, the severe impairments in the specific domains.
Okay. And so did the defendant meet or not meet the Canadian guidelines then?
I don't believe he meets these guidelines because he does not have severe impairments in these domains, which go beyond 2 standard deviations. The domains have to be so markedly impaired as to be that far down the scale. And you also had to have discrepancies between scores. Again, it went below the 3% base rate, meaning it's so rare in the normal population that that split between the scores only occurs in less than 3% of the population. The data for Mr. Cruz do not meet that criteria.
Okay, so going back to standard deviations, Dr. Connor says 1 standard deviation, correct?
Yes.
Dr. Jones, 1.5 standard deviations?
Correct.
Canadian guidelines, it has to be 2 standard.
2 standard deviations, that's right.
Okay. Even if it was 2 standard deviations, does he meet the domains in those functions to qualify for Canadian?
No, he did not. His domains did not fall that far down the scale. I don't. The only score that could be considered below 2 standard deviations as far as a domain goes was that visual spatial, and that was based upon 1 score. So it's not really a domain. It was just 1 score and having to do with the Ray complex figure copy. The others, there was not enough domains because you have to have 3 or more identified at the below the 2 standard deviation mark for that to meet the criteria, and Mr. Cruz did not demonstrate that.
Okay, I'm going to shift to another area. How many hours have you put in this case?
It's capped. It's gone over 400 at this point,
Including your testimony and...
Right, definitely, yeah, including testimony and whatnot.
Okay, and how much do you charge per hour?
$400 an hour.
If we could go to the slides, please. I think it's 58, please. Okay, as we move to your conclusions, and I'm sure I heard a collective sigh of relief, even though I didn't hear it, I still heard it. As we move to, but when a lawyer says conclusions, it's not that quick, it's just getting there. So as we get to them now, your diagnostic conclusions.
Right. It's my diagnostic conclusion is, first of all, that Mr. Cruz does not have a neurocognitive or neuropsychological disorder. His scores fall in the way they should for somebody who's got a low average IQ. I do not believe he meets the criteria, any of the criteria for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, including the DSM ND-PAE criteria. I don't believe he meets that either. That's currently, and so my other diagnostic, so that's the key thing there. The other diagnostic conclusion is I believe that he's exaggerating, or more precisely malingering, a mixed area which includes cognitive, memory compliance, and severe psychiatric issues. And it's my opinion that he currently has borderline personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder.
Do you also have any opinions regarding the childhood diagnoses that he has or had?
Sure. I think the record is very clear that he had an early childhood language-related delay, but over the years through school that caught up. The record is also very clear that he was diagnosed multiple times with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. I believe that was accurate. However, I believe that that has resolved. Now, as an adult, he does not show signs of attention deficit disorder. In fact, there's test results that specifically contradict that currently. There's a couple different tests, the Connors, a CPT it's called, and a TOBA. Both of them measure focused attention and sustained focused attention over time. and freedom from distractibility. And he did well on those. He had no difficulties on them. And I would not expect that for somebody who's got a current problem with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. So I believe that's resolved. I believe the record's clear that he had a severe childhood conduct disorder that started before he was 10 years of age, so it would be childhood onset, and that there were indications of a callous lack of empathy and lack of remorse as a young person as a part of that conduct disorder. And that diagnosis is not current. I mean, that's what it was back then when he was young, but he's grown out of that in the sense that it's evolved into another diagnosis as an adult, and that's antisocial personality disorder. So the characteristics are still there. It's just evolved.
Has he outgrown any of the disorders you just mentioned?
Yes, I believe he's outgrown the early childhood language delay, and I believe he's outgrown the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And as I mentioned, the conduct disorder is morphed into a different disorder now. Same characteristics are there. They've not gone away. It's just it's classified differently now that he is older than 15 years of age, and certainly past 18 years of age.
So you mentioned childhood conduct disorder. How is conduct disorder diagnosed?
It's diagnosed based upon a child and adolescent's behaviors.
Can we go to the next slide, please? Does this slide help for you to explain the childhood conduct disorder?
Right. Yes, this is directly out of the DSM-5 criteria for conduct disorder. And it first of all describes what conduct disorder is as a repetitive and persistent pattern of behavior in which the basic rights of others or major age-appropriate societal norms are violated. And you only need 3 of these 15 different criteria to meet the diagnostic conclusion of conduct disorder. And I've listed all of the criteria here, and they're numbered, and they go in different headings. And I've highlighted the criteria in yellow, the ones I believe he meets.
Okay, can you just go over, and I think you could do it quickly,
Sure.
the ones that he meets, or that he met, I guess, for childhood conduct disorder. I don't think we have to go into each example, but if you could, please.
Okay, yes, very, very quickly. Under aggression to people and animals, that's a major characteristic of this disorder. Often bullies, threatens, or intimidates others. I think there was more than enough indication that that was the case for him. Often initiates physical fights. There were reports in the record of him initiating fights with other students. Used a weapon that can cause serious physical harm to others, like a bat, a brick, a broken bottle, knife, or gun. There's an instance where he threw rocks at others, where he used a vacuum hose on his mother. Those are certainly use of a weapon. He's been physically cruel to people. There was indication that he was, would stomp on the feet of other students and kick them in the groin, or things like that were pretty, would I think meet that criteria. And he's been physically cruel to animals. I think that doesn't need to be explained anymore. There was a lot of that in the record based upon his report and the reports of others. I do not believe that there was instance of him stealing while confronting a victim. That would be like purse snatching or mugging somebody. I don't think he ever did anything like that. He certainly didn't describe doing anything like that to me. And he denied ever forcing someone into a sexual activity. I don't think there's any indication he did that. In regard to destruction of property, 8 there is deliberately engaged in fire setting with the intention of causing serious damage. Now, he told me during my interview that he and his brother set his treehouse on fire with the intent of burning that down, but I didn't feel like that was a strong enough case for this one, so I did not see it as being positive for him. The next one, number 9, has deliberately destroyed others' property. That was pretty clear in the record, where he's destroying furniture in his mother's home, He kicked through a glass door in a school and broke that, that sort of thing. Under deceitfulness or theft, number 10, broken into someone else's house, building, or car. I did not find that to be true for him. He did tell me that he did that he broke into a car and that he stole a credit card to use, but I didn't get a sense that there was enough objective evidence that that was true, and so I didn't count that one. Number 11, often lies to obtain goods or favors to avoid obligations. The record, I think, is pretty clear on that he tended to lie. The teachers, Jennifer Klein, for example, psychologist, evaluated different teachers, and they reported that he would lie and be manipulative, and he certainly told me that he did that with his mother to manipulate her. Number 12 here has stolen items of non-trivial value without confronting a victim, shoplifting, without breaking or entering, forgery. He told me that he took credit cards or gift cards in order to order pizza and things like that, and so I think that meets that type criteria. Then D, serious violations of rules. Number 13, often stays out at night despite parental prohibitions, beginning before age 13. He told me that he did that some, but I just didn't get the sense that it was like a routine, standard kind of a problem that he did, so I did not endorse that as being positive, although it could be. I did not find it that way. Then 15, often truant from school beginning before 13 years of age, and he told me that he often was late or skipped school between the years 12 and 13 years of age. So you only need 3, and he's got well more than 3. So he, in my opinion, definitely met the criteria for a conduct disorder.
I think 14 was left off about running away from home overnight at least twice.
Oh, yes, thank you. That was missed. He mentioned to me that he did that once or twice, but I don't think it was a big enough issue that I would call it positive.
Okay, so you had mentioned about the animal abuse. Can I please have clip 6, please?
In animals, yes, though, right?
Yeah.
And I think we've talked about this, so we don't need to get into a litany of it, but just quickly, what are some of the things you did?
Let's see. I burned, I tortured them, I skinned them alive, I shot them. What else? I usually play with their dead bodies or I eat them.
Okay, and the burning, torture, skinning alive, and all stuff. Any of that before you were 15?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so that's the basis of your finding as to the animal abuse section of conduct disorder?
Yes.
If I can have the next slide, please, 60. And I guess we can go to the next one. Okay, so what is your opinion about his current adult diagnosis?
Well, as I mentioned, I believe there are 3 of them. Number 1, I do not believe he meets criteria for a neurocognitive disorder. I do not believe he has a neurocognitive disorder. But I do believe that he meets the criteria for malingering, a combined mixed type of malingering, because he's focused on not just neurocognitive related issues, but also physical issues and severe psychiatric issues. They combine together, so you end up with a mixed picture of exaggerating a little bit of everything. And then antisocial personality disorder and borderline personality disorders as well.
Okay, if we can go to slide 62. All right, can you explain the borderline personality disorder and how he qualifies for that diagnosis in your opinion?
Sure. This is, again, the personality disorders are a pervasive pattern of behaviors that cut across multiple life situations in different contexts. And they're called personality disorders because they are enduring long-term traits, kind of also known as character disorders. These are just the way somebody is. And with borderline personality disorder, it's really this unstable sort of interpersonal relationships. This is listed right from the DSM-5, and you can see it's describing it as a pervasive pattern of instability of interpersonal relationships, self-image, and affects. That's one's presentation of mood. And marked impulsivity, beginning at early adulthood and present in a variety of contexts, as indicated by 5 or more of the following. And this borderline, one of the key aspects of borderline personality is this tendency to flip-flop in your valuation of other people. Like at one moment you may think this person is just the absolute best person in the world. I love this person, they're fantastic. But then something will change and all of a sudden they switch from 100% positive to the opposite extreme. Now they're just the worst, most loathsome person in the world. And that tendency to flip-flop back and forth is really a problem in social relationships. So number 1 here, frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment. They have significant problems with the sense of loss of a relationship. They tend to get very enmeshed in the relationship, and then when that relationship falls apart, it really disturbs them. It makes them tend to act out in ways that are inappropriate. I can't help but think of the movie of Fatal Attraction, Meryl Streep's character. Classic kind of borderline personality. So the next one here, I'm sorry.
Close. That might have been Glenn Close.
Did I say Meryl Streep? I did. I am sorry. I apologize.
That was like an
Glenn
impeachment
Close.
I just did.
Pardon me?
I impeached you. Just kidding.
Okay. No. Okay. Yeah. My apologies. Number 2, a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships characterized by alternating between extremes of idolation and devaluation. That's exactly what that example gives. 3, identity disturbance, markedly and persistently unstable self-image or sense of self. A lot of doubt. One moment thinking I'm great, another minute I'm doubting my existence and who am I and what am I. One of the things that's striking about borderline personality disorder is that this fluctuates so readily depending on the slightest environmental change. You can talk with somebody with a borderline personality disorder, and if you encourage them, they feel on top of the world and they think the greatest thing. But then the slightest little criticism or something like that, and they fall off that pedestal, and now they're totally down on themselves and negative and oftentimes suicidal, at least in their thinking. So number 4 here, impulsivity in at least 2 areas that are potentially self-damaging. Individuals with borderline personality disorder often tend to do such things as scratching on themselves or cutting on themselves, and routine suicidal gestures and things like that. Sometimes they're to alleviate stress, a sense of dysphoria they have, and cutting themselves will help that make them feel better. Or it can be manipulative to cause somebody else to do something. And again, the image of the sliced wrist with Michael Douglas came to my mind. Number 5, recurrent suicidal behavior, gestures and threats of self-mutilating behavior. That's certainly there. Describe that. Affective instability due to marked reactivity of mood. This is where I was mentioning that you can be a little bit encouraging with somebody who's got a borderline personality and they're on top of the world, but then the slightest thing goes wrong in their lives, and then all of a sudden they crash down and they're down on themselves and sometimes have to cut themselves or do whatever to try to make themselves feel better. It's a waffling back and forth, and it can happen rapidly. Number 7, chronic feelings of emptiness. I believe that Mr. Cruz meets that, and that's an example of just periods of time where he really didn't feel like he had anywhere to go. He didn't feel good about himself. He didn't think anything was going right for himself, and that sense of who am I and what am I doing in life That's a common problem with borderline personality. Number 8, I believe he met this as well, inappropriate, intense anger or difficulty controlling his anger. When things don't go exactly right, these individuals oftentimes react in a aggressive manner and have difficulty controlling their instant hot anger. And then number 9 here, transient stress-related paranoid ideation or severe dissociative symptoms. I do not believe Mr. Cruz met that criteria. That's a really particularly severe part that occurs with borderline personality occasionally, where people will get so overwhelmed that they tend to dissociate and separate themselves in their mind from their body in a way. You know, it's like almost like an out-of-body experience, or they'll have fleeting psychotic things. I don't think there's anything in the evidence in the record that Mr. Cruz ever had anything like that. But you only need a few of these, and he met most all of them.
Okay, going to the next slide on antisocial personality disorder. Did the defendant meet this criteria?
Yes, he does.
Can you explain that, please?
Sure, and you can see here, again, it's a pervasive pattern. All personality disorders are a pervasive pattern. And for antisocial, it's a pervasive pattern of disregard for and the violation of the rights of other people that occurred since he was 15 years of age. Again, this is what transitions from conduct disorder prior to 15 years of age, and then after 15, and then after 18, you can really diagnose antisocial personality disorder. You need to meet 3 of 7 criteria, and the ones I've highlighted here in yellow, I believe he meets. So all but one of them. Number 1 here, failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest. There's lots of things, and I don't need to get into all the examples on that. I mean, assaulting his mother, he should have been arrested for that. You know, shooting the weapon in the backyard is a problem, especially at night when you don't know where it's going because you can't see during a storm, those sort of things. But I believe there's a lot of those examples. Number 2, deceitfulness is indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. Mr. Cruz told me during my interview that he would often con people to get what he wanted, and that would include his mother, his teachers, in order to manipulate them and get what he wanted.
Before you go to the next one, I want to go back to the failure to conform to social norms. Would his computer searches for child pornography topics be part of failing to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors?
Certainly. I mean, beyond the moral issues, for child pornography, it's illegal to have that on your computer. So searching for that child pornography would be an example of failure to conform to social norms as well.
I think you were going to 3.
Number 3 is impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. There's lots of instances where Mr. Cruz demonstrated that impulsive reactivity and failure to plan ahead. That doesn't mean he can't plan ahead, because there's lots of evidence that he has very good planning and has planned things quite well, frankly. But there are also instances where he's impulsive and reactive. So I believe that meets that criteria. And number 4, irritability and aggressiveness as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. You know, as a later teenager, there were lots of instances where he would get involved in fights with other students. I mean, several instances that were reported in the school records of that. Number 5, reckless disregard for safety of self or others. There's a great example where he, after a fire drill, right, he was out in the street running between the cars and just having, because it was fun. And it's a reckless disregard for your own safety. And if you're shooting a weapon out the window into the backyard during a storm at night, I think that's a reckless disregard for the safety of others too, because you don't know where the bullet's going. You don't know what's out there or who might be out there. And that, in my mind, meets that criteria as well. He described doing that during his interview with me. Number 6, I don't believe he met this criteria, interestingly. It's consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. He actually did. He worked for over a year at the Dollar Tree and was a reliable employee, did his work, got along adequately with other staff, other employees. He got along with customers adequately to keep the job. And so that's a great example of somebody who has these difficulties, yet they can control them when they want to. They can control them when they see the benefit to themselves. And that's one aspect of the antisocial personality disorder, is that they will do things that violate the rights of others, but they can control it. They can choose not to do that under certain circumstances if it serves them for something else. But they don't do that because of somebody else's benefit. They do that because of their own benefit. And then the last one, number 7, lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. Again, I think the best example of that is where he physically assaulted his mother, but then he posted on social media, that she was a dumb bee, and he did it in such a way to suggest he's kind of proud of actually doing that. For me, that indicates a lack of remorse for harming somebody else.
Doctor, have you seen many people with antisocial personality disorder and borderline personality disorder?
I have, because I worked at the U.S. Medical Center for 21 years. This is a maximum security prison hospital for male prisoners in the Federal Bureau of Prisons. I saw a lot of antisocial personality disorder, as you can imagine, but I also saw a surprisingly amount of combination of antisocial personality disorder and borderline personality disorder. That's where you're typically going to see this combination, is in maximum security prisons, more often, at least with males, more often than in the community, because this is where they typically end up, one way or another.
Are there general characteristics that can be reflected within the personalities of these individuals with antisocial personality disorder and borderline personality disorder?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
The general characteristics, are there general characteristics of people with antisocial personality disorder and borderline personality?
Yeah, the general characteristics are that this is a pervasive pattern that cuts across multiple areas, and that they tend to not accept responsibility for their own behavior, right? They blame somebody else for what happened. It's like, well, why did you punch that person? Well, he had it coming. Right? If he hadn't have disrespected me, I wouldn't have done it, so it's his fault. You see that projecting blame on somebody else when it's actually this person who hit him, but he's blaming the victim. That's very typical with antisocial personality. Failure to take responsibility for yourself and to blame others for any misfortunes and things that happen upon me.
Let me ask you, would an example of this shifting blame or not taking responsibility be, if Mom had lived, I wouldn't have done this?
Oh, right, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If someone had loved me more, would that be an example of shifting blame and not taking responsibility?
Exactly.
If someone didn't give me a nasty look, I wouldn't have gone back and shot them again and killed them. Is that an example of him shifting blame, not taking responsibility?
That's a perfect example of what you see with antisocial personality disorder.
I'll let you finish. Are there any other characteristics?
Not that come to my mind right now, except for one thing maybe, and that's what I mentioned briefly before, is that these behaviors are under their control. Okay? So if it serves, and I keep using the first person here because it's the easiest way to explain it. If it serves my interests, I'll wait and not do this behavior right now because then I'm conning them into something bigger, right? I can then get them with something that's better down the road. Or if a police officer is standing in the corner, then I'm not going to do this because I don't want to cause a problem. But once that police officer is gone, then I, as an antisocial personality disorder, feel perfectly free to do what I want to do. So it's not because the antisocial personality disorders are within somebody's volitional control, okay, for their behaviors. It's just they choose not to control it. And they will control it if they need to, if they see it benefits them.
You mentioned control. Is manipulation also the characteristic?
Absolutely, manipulating other people.
So I believe you mentioned as a control, you just said the police, but the defendant, for example, had a vice principal sitting next to him and he was behaving just fine. Is that an example?
That's a great example. Right.
And are you aware of Scarlett Lewis meeting with the defendant or speaking with the defendant? She's the mother of a 6-year-old boy who was brutally murdered in the Sandy Hook, Newtown, Connecticut mass murder that happened almost 10 years ago.
Yes, I am familiar with, yes.
You're familiar with that visitation?
I'm familiar with the visiting, yes.
Where the defendant behaved himself very well with her?
Yes.
And that...
Your Honor, do you object to leading, please?
Overruled.
Was there... There were expressions of love that she felt. You're aware of that as well?
Right, yes. And the issue is that there's quite a relationship that has built up between the two of them, and I believe she's got good intentions in what she's trying to do. And I think this is a great example of Mr. Cruz presenting one way to somebody because it serves his purpose. But he would not necessarily act that way in a different situation. And so that's an example of the kind of conning manipulativeness of antisocial personality disorder individuals. I was shocked at how often antisocial personality disorder people in prison were able to get women to want to marry them even. And things like that. It's just really striking, and it's because they're very manipulative. They're able to create an image that is attractive and desirable, but it wouldn't last, if that makes sense. The other shoe would drop sometime or another in the future for that relationship, but people get sucked into it.
So Dr. Denny, you're aware that her little boy was one of 20 6- or 7-year-olds who were killed in a school shooting, correct?
Yes.
And so he talks to her in a very nice way, correct?
Yes.
And then he goes back to his cell, and what does he write? May I have the overhead, please, up? Then he writes about the next school shooter, whoever that is, correct?
Yes.
And he also writes about killing another student. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
And writing about killing your children, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection as to leading, Mr. Marcus. You need to ask open-ended questions, please.
What does this the document say about killing children?
Of blood and death to kill your children.
And then, what does this document say about another mass shooting? Can you read it in the middle?
If I can take a moment to find that. I just hope there's another mass shooting. Yeah. This is in striking contrast to the way he must present to somebody he's building a relationship with, who's willing to work with him, like that mother does. That's striking.
You're aware of the incident with Deputy Beltran where he attacked him and tried to take his taser?
Yes, I am.
And can you address that in terms of the characteristics you'd see of antisocial personality, borderline personality?
Well, yes, particularly the antisocial characteristic of it. The video is clear. He's walking around a room, exercising, and then apparently the deputies asked him to pick up his feet rather than shuffle them around, and he went around a couple more times, and then he just attacked the man. And but it looks very planned in the sense that he's going for the taser specifically, and actually got a hold of the taser and attempted to tase the man. And it was pretty brutal, actually, I thought. And just boom, happened like that.
Doctor, was the defendant able to control his behavior in the amount of hours you were with him?
Oh, yes. Yes, definitely.
No outbursts?
No outbursts whatsoever.
And other examples of him able to control his behavior, like in the courtroom that you've seen?
Yes, there's been no difficulty with acting out or causing a disturbance or problems.
Is the defendant capable of controlling his behavior when he wants to?
Absolutely. Even in that video with the deputy sheriff where he's walking around the table, after the deputy said what he said, I mean, he continued, Mr. Cruz continued to walk around the table afterwards. And so it wasn't an immediate type of loss of control or anything. It was a plan, and he went around and he went around, and then he attacked. So that was an example in my mind that he delayed gratification in a way. Since I was angry at this person and I was going to attack him, but I didn't do it immediately. I waited and went around until the person wouldn't expect it. And then he was also very goal directed on the taser. That's striking. Control of himself. And he demonstrated control with me. He was very cordial and friendly and nice with me during my 6 hours of interviewing and 5 hours of testing. There was no sense of him losing control or not being able to control himself with me.
In being goal-directed, you mentioned the taser. Going after the taser with two hands and undoing it from that holster, is that what you were talking about?
Yes, my understanding is that he was successful at getting that taser unsnapped and pulled out of the holster and was just about to tase the officer before the officer got control of him.
Okay, Doctor, in reference to the characteristics of antisocial personality and borderline personality, I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 497 in evidence of the defendant walking around with this backpack with this phrase, F ends and a swastika on it. How do you interpret not only wearing that backpack that day, but the swastika on the gun magazine that he left behind, the swastika on his boot that he was wearing when he was arrested an hour and 20 minutes later, the swastikas on the jail drawings. For the record, that was State Exhibit 494, and all the other jail drawings was 494. How do those react? How do those relate to those two personality disorders?
Well, they, again, one of the core aspects of antisocial personality is the disregard of the rights of others, right, and the violation of rights of others. And part of that is intimidation of other people, because individuals, when you feel free to violate the rights of others, you have no problem intimidating them and trying to create a hostile situation. I see those, for example, in a backpack as being provocative. In other words, to provoke a response, to get somebody's to react to it. So maybe I could then engage them or be even, I don't know, to fight or whatever, but to cause hostility and to create a sense of intimidation. I see that as kind of a bullying behavior.
So walking around with a backpack, is that consistent with someone who is being bullied or not?
Oh no, it's just the opposite. It'd be like it's somebody who's trying to provoke hostility in other people. That's the opposite of being bullied. It's, in my mind, abusive to other people. Inappropriate, certainly.
Okay. We've talked about the personality disorders. Are those two personality disorders, antisocial personality, borderline personality, are they considered a severe mental health disorder or disease?
No, they're not. They are in the DSM, but there is a large difference between a mental disease or defect that we think of in terms of like schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or a delusional disorder or something like that. Those conditions occur for somebody and are not controllable. The person who has a delusional disorder about something like there's a satellite system that if I can just get into this building, the control panel is in there and I can control the satellite system and it turns back time. So I kill people to get into that center, but it's okay because I can turn back time and they'll come back to life. That's a real delusion that somebody had. An example, they don't have any control over believing that. They really believe it. Or like hearing auditory hallucinations. They have no control over those hallucinations necessarily. They just come on to them. Contrasted with character or personality disorders, this is a way of interacting with people that I can control. Now there's this pervasive pattern of behavior that goes, many years because it's a personality issue, but at any one moment it's something they can control. So it's a big difference between a mental disease or defect and personality disorders.
So a person with a mental health disorder, as you described, the hallucinations, the delusions, if a police officer is sitting next to them, does that make a difference to them?
That's a really good point. No, it doesn't. They still have the voices, they still have the delusion. It doesn't change their behavior in regard to that psychotic mental illness. As opposed to a personality disorder, the person may be in the plan of violating the rights of somebody else, but there's a police officer there, so I'm going to lay low and I'm just going to wait till the police officer goes by. Now I'm going to continue to violate the rights of others. That's an example. They can control it if they want to. If it serves their purpose, they can control it. A person, as you described, with these two personality disorders,
do they care about themselves or not?
No, I mean, if in their mind whatever it is that they're wanting to do serves themselves, then that's what it's all about. They care about themselves, but they don't care about the rights of other people. And if it will serve me having this disorder to steal your money, then I'm fine with that, because you weren't smart enough to keep me from stealing it from you. See, I blame you, but I take the money. That's a personality disorder.
Okay, as an example of that, may we have clip D9, please?
Okay, thank you.
Anything that I haven't asked you that you think is really important that you wish I'd asked you but I failed to do? Do you think would be really important for me to know?
Let me think. Why I chose Valentine's Day.
Okay. Why Valentine's Day?
Because I felt like no one loved me. And I didn't like Valentine's Day. I wanted to ruin it for everyone.
Okay, ruin it for everyone? You mean like the family members of the kids that were killed?
No. For school.
Oh, for the school.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's like an attack against Stoneman Douglas.
Basically, yes.
Stoneman Douglas, all right. Okay, yeah, I could see that, I guess, because it'd be kind of hard for them to have like a dance on Valentine's Day or something like that.
Yeah, basically.
Does the, in relation to other evidence that you reviewed, such as the cell phone videos and the social media, is there, you may have an opinion regarding that as it relates to antisocial personality and borderline personality disorder?
I think that sentiment he gave right there is a really good example of the blend between the borderline personality and the antisocial. Because I hurt and I feel bad about myself, I want everyone to hurt, and I want them to always hurt. That's pretty extreme and a pretty clear example of the antisocial characteristic being packaged in the borderline emotional. I'm not just going to hurt you because it serves me. I'm going to hurt you because I want you to hurt. And that's pretty intense.
Doctor, does FASD explain the detailed planning of the massacre by the defendant?
No.
Does FASD explain the animal abuse?
No.
Does FASD explain his racist desires to kill black people?
No.
Does FASD explain his hatred of women?
No.
Does FASD explain his searching for child pornography?
No.
Does FASD explain his desire to ruin Valentine's Day for the school and everyone associated with this massacre?
No, not at all.
Does FASD explain his continuing fascination with swastikas from before the shooting, during the shooting, and even in his jail cell?
No.
Does FASD explain the jail attack on Deputy Beltran where he tried to take his taser from him?
No.
Does FASD explain his hitting his own mother?
No.
Does FASD explain his fascination with fire setting?
No.
Does FASD explain the attempted murders of everyone he tried to kill inside the MSD building, the 1200 building?
No, not at all.
Does FASD explain the attempted murders of everyone he tried to kill that was outside the building when he was on the 3rd floor?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Gina?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Luke?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Martin?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Alex?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Carmen?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Helena?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Nick Dworet?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Alaina?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Alyssa?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Christopher?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Aaron?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Scott?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Meadow?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Joaquin?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Jamie?
No.
Does FASD explain the murder of Peter?
No.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Your Honor, the state would offer into evidence State's Exhibit 26O. These are the clips.
Other than the previously raised objections, do you have any additional objections, Mr.
Just
Secord?
review the objections in the supplement to D336.
Okay, over the defense objection, 26O will be received as 498. Okay, cross-examination?
Move a quick sidebar, please.
Sure. Recess so you all can stretch and use the facilities, get something to drink. But it's just going to be a quick break, so please make it as brief as possible. I know that's hard when there's so many of you, but just do your best, please. Please do not discuss the case or begin deliberating, and we'll be with you shortly. Please leave your notepads behind. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take as close to 10 minutes as possible. I know there's a lot of people, so just if you can do what you need to do and come back as quickly as possible so that we can get moving on this, okay? Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Secor, I can't hear you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I spoke to the state about this. The reason that board is up there because I just wanted to discuss something.
Charlene
briefly.
told me. You're going to put it up there, it's not blocking anybody?
Right, yes, ma'am.
And then, can the doctor see it from where he's sitting, or does he need to stand up?
No.
You can see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm just going to go probably back and forth just a couple of times, and then I'll be it with the board.
And that's the best place we can put the board?
We tried it in a bunch of different spots, excuse me, and that seemed to be the one that worked the best because the state needs to be able to see it. When I had it here, it was sort of blocking them.
What about on the, what about, sorry, Amy Beth, but what about like right in front of where Amy Beth is?
Whatever you would like is fine with me.
They'll be able to see it from.
Outside the bar?
Because I'm not going to be able to see it from there, I don't think, if you're getting up. And will the jurors, okay, leave it there, that's fine. It's just going to be very awkward with you walking, there's like no room. You're going to have to practically bump into the jurors. How many times do you have to go back and forth?
I think twice tops. But I mean, if you want me to move it there, I'll do whatever Your Honor pleases.
That's okay. So we have, let me see, we have, okay. So I'll just let them know that's the best place and that you're going to be walking by in close proximity 2 times, right?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Secor, I'm going to let you go for about an hour and a half, and then if you're still going, I'm going to stop you and take a lunch break.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Will you put a door stop on that door? Sure. Please. Excuse me.
Jurors are entering. Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the defense is going to do their cross-examination. I know you're probably looking at me like, why am I so close to my friend here? But the only place that we could figure out to put this tripod here is right there, so that everybody can see it, including myself and all of the lawyers and all of you. So Mr. Secor is going to walk just past you. He promises no more than 2 times, and then we'll put it away and you can have your space. Okay? Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Good morning, Dr. Denny.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm well, thank you.
I just wanted to speak to you briefly about the CDC guidelines for fetal alcohol syndrome published in 2004 that you spoke to Mr. Marcus about, okay?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to use this board to just make something clear that I think is very important. But again, we're talking about the CDC guidelines from 2004. That's when they were published, right?
Yes.
And those guidelines apply exclusively to a diagnosis of fetal alcohol syndrome, right?
Correct. That's right. Yeah.
And we know Nick does not have fetal alcohol syndrome, right?
Right. They referenced ARND, but said there was not enough scientific evidence to support its inclusion.
Yes, sir. I understand. But just for purposes of what the criteria for fetal alcohol syndrome, because that's what the guidelines were for, to create very specific criteria for fetal alcohol syndrome, right?
Yes.
Okay. And those three criteria, the first one are the facial features, right?
Yes.
And in order for a person to be diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome, you have to have all three of the facial features, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the second criteria under the CDC will pertain to documentation of growth deficiencies, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the third one, the third criteria for fetal alcohol syndrome is what the CDC referred to as CNS abnormalities, right?
Correct.
And is it safe to say that's brain abnormalities, functional brain issues?
That's right. That's right.
So I'm just going to put brain here just so that we understand what that is. And so in order for a person to be diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome, as we said, they have to have all three of these to be met for that diagnosis of fetal alcohol syndrome, right?
Right.
But in the guidelines that were published in 2004, they specifically addressed, right after they listed those criteria that we just talked about, hopefully that'll come up on the screen. Right after the criteria that we talked about, there was this section here entitled Individuals Who Do Not Meet the Full Diagnostic Criteria for FAS. So this is the CDC speaking in 2004. And the highlighted portion I just wanted to bring to your attention is it says, however, there is grave concern that individuals who present with the same neurodevelopmental deficits as individuals diagnosed with FAS, but who do not present with the full facial features or growth deficits, are not being afforded services because they are not given a diagnosis of FAS, right?
Yes.
And so that was a concern, obviously, that they had in 2004 when they wrote the guidelines, is that they knew that they were excluding a bunch of people that have the same brain problems as a person with FAS.
Yeah, that had at least some level of brain abnormality or cognitive difficulties, yes. And behavioral problems.
They went so far as to say the same.
Yes.
Okay. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes?
And so, I think you agree with me that what they were saying is that there are some people that have these brain abnormalities, brain function problems, who do not meet the facial feature definition or the growth deficit definition, but otherwise are functioning in the same way, right? That's what the CDC was saying.
Yes, so they have cognitive difficulties that would fall under the CNS brain category.
And then, consequently, what comes from that, because those guidelines only apply to fetal alcohol syndrome, is that we now, as a consequence of knowing that there's this group of people, we have what's called fetal alcohol spectrum disorder that covers a spectrum of people, right?
Well, yeah, that's kind of an umbrella term that would cover all of it, including FAS.
Exactly.
You bet.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that's a diagnosis. I understand it's not. But what we did is we took the fact that we knew that this group existed, made a spectrum, like there's an autism spectrum, right?
Right.
And now included in the spectrum of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder are, like you said, there's still FAS, right, for the people that have all the features.
Mr. Secor,
Yes, ma'am.
just let me speak to Ian for a second and the lawyers on the headphones, please. I was looking at you all, and I couldn't help but notice that at least 50% of you might have seen me kind of motion over here. I don't think could see. So I apologize. This is my fault. I interrupted Mr. Secor to try to see if there's another way that we could accomplish this or that he could accomplish this so that everyone can see, and he's going to try a different method so that everybody has the opportunity to see. Okay? Thank you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm just going to take this down and write something on the piece of paper over there. Sorry about that, Doc. The point being that the CDC in 2004 recognized that there are these people that have the same neurodevelopmental deficits, but they don't meet the criteria because of the facial features and the growth deficits, or the absence of those. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But I think you heard Dr. Scott testify, and he talked about how science and medicine evolves with time, obviously, right?
Yes, that's true.
And whenever we know better, we're able to do better. Is that fair to say?
Yes, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. And so now, in 2022, I don't know if everybody can see that or not. The CDC recognizes the umbrella that we talked about, right?
Objection, please.
Okay, let me speak to the lawyers.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Denny, I just wanted to show you the document. I was looking up there and just ask you if you just look at it and review it and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what it is?
Yeah, it's just a general fact sheet, informational sheet put out by the CDC.
Okay. Thank you. And this is a more updated version, obviously, from the 2004 guidelines, right?
It is, but I don't think it spells out diagnostic criteria.
It does not. You're absolutely right. The point that I wanted to make is simply that now, in 2022, the CDC recognizes the full umbrella spectrum of fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, right?
It recognizes that there are those instances where individuals do not have the facial features.
Right.
That's true.
Right.
Research shows that there's also, in fact, it's even Dr. Jones's research shows that 30% of individuals who were had severe alcohol exposure can be spared cognitive problems.
And specifically, these diagnoses that now the CDC recognizes include fetal alcohol syndrome, as we talked about, right?
Yes.
Alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, right?
Yes.
Alcohol-related birth defects, correct?
Correct.
And neurobehavioral disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure.
Right. They're describing that those things exist. It's just they're not defined as to how to figure out yet what it is.
Okay. And you're going to approach again with the document, please.
Sure.
Okay. Dr. Denny, can you just tell me if you recognize that?
I can see what it is. I have never seen it before.
Okay. This was provided to the state, but you've never seen it before?
That's correct.
Okay. It is a document that was created around the same time as the CDC guidelines in 2004, the year after, by the Florida Department of Education. All right. And I would just like to show you this one page, if I may, Your Honor.
Okay.
If you could just review that section there, beginning with that heading.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is just a recognition similar to what the CDC has done, is that there's a recognition that there are this group of people without the facial features or the growth deficits that have the same neurodevelopmental impairments of a person that has fetal alcohol syndrome, right?
Well, I don't know that necessarily so they have the same, but they do have neurocognitive related issues without the facial features. That can happen, certainly.
And the CDC said the same. The Florida Department of Education pointed out that they don't consider these other conditions to be a less severe form of FAS, which is another way of saying they can have the same deficits, right?
Same in the sense that they're CNS-related cognitive deficits. That's the way I would view that.
Okay. To just speak to you briefly about the concept of secondary conditions. And secondary conditions, I assume, can happen with any sort of medical or psychiatric condition the person has. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be a general term for when some major thing happens. There's spin-offs, other little difficulties that come out of it that can be just as big or worse in some instances.
And it just simply means that it's a condition that you have in addition to the other condition that you have. Is that fair?
In essence, yeah.
Okay. And some secondary conditions might be caused by the primary condition and some might be completely unrelated, right?
That's correct.
All right. But there are a number of secondary conditions that have been found to be specifically associated with people with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and you're familiar with that, right?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to specifically.
Okay, well, the CDC has recognized that there are secondary conditions or co-occurring conditions, right, that occur with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. And there's no way to know whether or not they're specifically caused by fetal alcohol spectrum disorder or whether they just happen to co-occur with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder for an unknown reason.
Right, for an example, attention deficit disorder.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
this would be a good example of that. That's true.
And the CDC, as part of those guidelines in 2004, recognized the existence of those secondary conditions, right?
I believe so.
And I just wanted to go through some of them, because you've reviewed all of Nick's records in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so some of these co-occurring conditions that oftentimes appear in a person that has a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is ADHD, right?
Correct. They can occur, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's due to the fetal alcoholism.
And that was identified in Nick by Dr. Marcus, right?
Yes.
And by Dr. Karp?
Yes.
And by Dr. Negan?
Yes.
And by Dr. Ortiz?
Yes.
And by Dr. Weisblatt, right?
Yes.
Okay. And another one that commonly occurs with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is oppositional defiant disorder, right?
Yes, that can also co-occur.
And that was identified at various points in Nick's life by Dr. Marcus, right?
Yes.
And Dr. Ortiz?
Yes.
And also by Dr. Scott?
Yes, I think there's clearly signs of oppositional defiant disorder for Mr. Cruz during the early years before it blossomed into conduct disorder.
So that would include you as well, you and Dr. Scott and Dr. Ortiz and Dr. Marcus, right, for oppositional defiant disorder?
Sure, I think he could have met that.
Okay. And another one is that commonly occurs with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is reactive attachment disorder.
Okay.
And that was identified by a social worker by the name of Rona Kelly when Nick was at Cross Creek in his records. You remember seeing that?
I do.
Okay. And next one on the list is learning disability. I assume you agree that Nick certainly, there's indications of learning disability throughout his life, right?
Yes, during his early years particularly, until he caught up with his general level of cognitive functioning.
And then another thing that's on this list of secondary conditions with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is speech and language delays, including receptive language delays, right?
That can occur, sure.
And those were identified in Nick by Miss Phillips, who was a speech and language pathologist, right?
Yes, I believe so.
As well as by a Miss Maza, who was a speech and language pathologist for the Broward School Board.
Yes, early in his elementary career.
Yes, sir. And then another one on the list of common co-occurring conditions is pervasive developmental delay. And you know that that was identified by Dr. Negan in various records, right?
Well, it was pervasive developmental disorder, and I think it was raised as a question, but later ruled out.
And also by Dr. Ortiz in the same way, right?
Yeah, raised as a possible concern.
And strangely enough, the term rule out does not mean that it was ruled out, right?
Well, in this instance, I believe it was ruled out. But you're right, just rule out means this looks like it might be here, we need to rule it out. But if you look through the medical records, later entries show that PD, or pervasive developmental disorder, concern fell off the record, which means they ruled it out.
But the point I was just trying to make is that when a doctor writes rule out, they're not ruling it out. They are saying that they, at the current time, they can't rule it out, right?
No, they're actually raising the concern.
Right, okay. Yeah. And then the proper procedure would be that they do, at some point, officially actually rule it out. Put it in the record that it has been actually ruled out, as opposed to just raised as a concern.
Well, that would be nice if they would, like cross the T's and button it up right by saying this has been ruled out. But if it just falls off the record, that means they no longer see it as a concern.
Next one on the list of co-occurring conditions with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is conduct disorder. And that was identified by, I think it was Jared Bienfeld from Henderson, right?
I don't recall that name, but I know Henderson records suggest that, sure.
Okay. And also conduct disorder was identified by Dr. Weisblatt?
Yes.
And obviously also by both you and Dr. Scott, right?
Correct.
All right. And then next on the list of secondary conditions is borderline personality disorder. And that would certainly apply to your testimony and Dr. Scott's as well, based on your evaluations, right?
Right. That can co-occur. It doesn't necessarily mean that the borderline personality disorder is due to the fetal alcohol exposure.
Right, and I'm not suggesting that it does. I'm just saying these are the commonly found co-occurring conditions and also commonly misdiagnosed conditions. So you're right, there's no necessarily cause and effect between the two, right?
Right. Sometimes that's a little difficult to determine.
Sure.
Yeah, you don't know.
And the next one on the list is antisocial personality disorder, which, again, based on your testimony and Dr. Scott's testimony, that certainly is now in Nick's records, right?
Yeah, it's definitely the situation now.
Okay.
Whether or not it is due to fetal alcohol syndrome is another question.
And the next thing on the list is autism, and that is something that appears in Nick's records from Dr. Weisblatt as a rule out, right?
Yes, and as a rule out, just to remind you, a rule out means I have some concern that this might be a possibility. It doesn't mean that it exists or that it's present. It just means I need to rule this out. For example, in the record there was a cafe au lait spot. That's a birthmark. And so the doctor said, I need to rule out neurofibromatosis, which he didn't have, but it just raises the concern. The doctor thought, okay, I need to check this out and make sure it's not there. So simply because something is raised as rule out doesn't mean that it's present.
And I appreciate you making that distinction, because I'm not trying to suggest that all these things exist in their entirety, checking every box in Nick's records. The point that I'm making is these are all things that appear in Nick's record throughout his entire life. Is that fair to say?
Well, they happen at different times.
Right,
Right,
but
okay.
I'm talking the beginning at a very young age, particularly with ADHD, right?
Yes,
Okay.
right.
And going back to autism, as you said, Dr. Weisblatt had that as a rule out when he evaluated Nick for purposes of Social Security benefits, right?
I think it's a she, but yes.
Yeah, I did that. I'm sorry.
Yes, that was a question.
Okay. And Dr. Kravitz testified that Nick has autistic features, but not enough for a diagnosis of autism, right?
Right, there were some characteristics that could make you think of autism, but they don't meet the criteria.
And when we talked during deposition, even you agreed that you think Nick does have some autistic features, but definitely not enough for him to be diagnosed, right?
Right, there are some characteristics that are overlapping, but not enough to meet the diagnosis. A lot of people have those kind of characteristics without meeting the diagnosis.
I wanted to just speak to you briefly about the concept of the effects of maternal alcohol consumption, right? And I say this with all due respect, you don't have specific expertise in fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, but you are familiar with the concept that alcohol is a teratogen and is bad for a developing fetus, right?
Right, I have experience in evaluating fetal alcohol syndrome, and I understand the neuropathological issues with alcohol exposure during the developmental period. But I have not published specifically on fetal alcohol syndrome, nor do I necessarily hang out a shingle saying I'm a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder provider.
Right. But based on your education and experience, you are familiar with the issues that come up from a baby being exposed to various toxins or teratogens, etc., in utero, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that we know most significantly about it is that there's this tremendous amount of variability in terms of the effect that it can have on an individual baby, right?
That's exactly true. It can be an extreme effect, or it can be, as Dr. Jones published in 2013, 30% spared of the effects.
And one of the reasons we don't know, right, is because obviously we can't do human studies with something like that. There are animal studies, but we don't know necessarily how it pertains to human beings because we can't have pregnant women drinking alcohol and then find out what happens to their baby, right?
Right, you can't do prospective studies like that, no.
Right.
But you can perform studies with fetal alcohol syndrome.
But regarding the issue of variability, we know that some babies can have really big problems from exposure to a relatively small amount of alcohol, right?
There's a lot of factors that we don't really know, and generally speaking, the heavier the alcohol exposure, the worse the problem. They are correlated, but there's variability in that as well. When you have the more severe alcohol exposure, you're going to have the facial abnormalities and things like that, which also then equates into more serious central nervous system and cognitive problems. Without the facial features, those other central nervous system and cognitive problems are also going to be lessened.
But you do agree with me that in certain situations, a baby can have big problems from being exposed to a relatively small amount of alcohol, right?
Well, not exactly. I mean, they've set some rough ideas that you have to have a certain amount of alcohol exposure for it to be reasonable, but having said that, they also say, you know, one drink is too much, right? And so it's better to be safe and to err on that side than to accidentally consume too much alcohol. But the research is pretty consistent, showing that you have to have a pretty heavy alcohol amount to cause the teratogenic type of effects.
But because we don't know, right, no alcohol is better than little alcohol, right?
Correct. We don't know exactly where that threshold is, so it's better to be safe.
And that's exactly why the medical field says there's just absolutely no safe amount of alcohol for a woman to drink while she's pregnant, because we just don't know the impact that even a small amount can have, right?
Well, that's the public statement to let people know don't drink alcohol, but in reality it takes some pretty good exposure to cause the problem. But that's not a good media presentation, right? It wouldn't be smart. And so it's just wiser to simply say, look, yeah, no alcohol is better.
And as we've talked about before, and as I think you were just alluding to, there is no one-to-one precise formula for knowing what amount of exposure is going to cause what sort of brain problem, right?
Exactly, because amazingly, sometimes children are tremendously resilient, and sometimes they can be completely spared, even 30% of that with heavy alcohol exposure, which is striking. That's an amazing finding.
But as you already alluded to, one thing that we do know is that more is worse, right? When you get to extremes, then you have a greater degree of certainty in terms of what that alcohol damaged in that person. Is that fair to say?
They're correlated. More is worse, but that doesn't automatically mean that even with heavy alcohol exposure, the person is going to have features of fetal alcohol syndrome. They're not a one-to-one, as you said. Generally speaking, more is worse.
And obviously, in terms of when we're talking about extremes, we're talking about periods of regular use or things like binge drinking, right?
Right. Those binge drinking particularly is more of a difficult, more of a problem.
And although the issues surrounding the facial features and the growth deficits of a person exposed or baby exposed to alcohol in utero have been generally tied to specific times during the pregnancy, we know that when it comes to the impact on the brain, that happens from day one through delivery, because the brain is developing that entire time, right?
Well, I wouldn't say day one. Early on, but not day one. The development of the brain is actually occurring a little bit later. I mean, but aspects of it are starting to get in place early on.
Right, the cells coming together to create the brain, right?
Well, to create the neural tube, which becomes a spinal cord, and then on one end it starts to grow and bulb out, which will eventually become the brain, and then the neurons start growing thereafter. I mean, there is a timing effect to it.
But that brain development does go all the way up to delivery and actually past delivery.
Oh, absolutely. There's some suggestion that the brain's even continuing to develop into young 20s.
And I think you mentioned that one of the reasons why there's so much variability is because a person might have resilient factors. Is that a term that is appropriate for this circumstance?
Sure. That's a good way to characterize it.
And the resiliency of the mother might limit the extent to which her alcohol intake affects her baby, right?
That's a reasonable hypothesis. I don't know that we know that for sure, but it's reasonable.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that I know that either. I'm just saying that we know that resiliency plays a factor into this equation, right?
Sure.
Okay. And then also, oddly enough, probably the resiliency of the baby, the individual characteristics of the baby as it's growing, right?
Yeah, there's so many variables in there that could be any and all of that.
But we know, or feel at least very confident in the fact that if the mother has a healthy lifestyle, then the impact of things like alcohol and drugs might be reduced on her baby, right?
I think it's reasonable to say they might be.
And consequently, if she has an unhealthy lifestyle, it could exacerbate the impact of those teratogens on her baby, right?
Right. At least they would not be helpful.
Right.
That's for sure.
And things that are important would be the mother's nutrition while she's pregnant, right?
Sure. You bet. Other nutritional issues come to play in development of the fetus.
And whether or not she's smoking cigarettes, right?
Right. There's effects from smoking cigarettes as well. Sure.
Yes, sir. And whether she's doing other drugs like cocaine, right?
Potentially. I don't know that cocaine necessarily creates a lot of birth defect, from my understanding, but it doesn't help.
So we're certainly not encouraging pregnant women to be doing cocaine, right?
Yeah, not so.
Right. And so if you had a person who was living an unhealthy lifestyle and was drinking and was smoking and was using other illegal substances, those obviously are going to weigh in favor of those things affecting her baby more, right?
Yes, I mean, it's very possible that it certainly makes an unhealthy situation. But again, even with all of that, some children are very resilient and can get through it with minimal or even no difficulty. But it certainly makes the odds worse.
Thank you. understand the opinion that you've rendered here today, right? And I understand, I'm not here to try to get you to deviate from your opinion. But you do suspect that Nick's mother, Brenda, that her drug and alcohol use had an impact on Nick, right?
I guess I don't know. I mean, suspect may be a fair word, but I don't know that there's clear evidence that it did.
And the only reason why I use the word suspect is because when we talked in the past, that was the word that you used. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. But when we were talking about all these things that were going on in Brenda's life when she was pregnant, it was you that said that you suspected that Nick was affected by those things.
Well, I may have said that. I mean, I suspect that, it's possible that he was affected by those, but I don't see much for definitive evidence that that's the case.
And again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I used that word because it was yours. And if you want to see the transcript, I'll show it to you. If you take my word for it, we can move on. But I'm not.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying I didn't say that. Okay. I may have, but.
And you suspect that Brenda's drug and alcohol use played a role in his ADHD, right?
It's possible, but I don't know. I don't know that I can even say I suspect, because so many kids have ADHD without the alcohol exposure that it's hard to say that the alcohol exposures would cause the ADHD. There's a lot of different dynamics.
And again, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just using the word suspect because when we talked before, that was what you said. That you suspected it played a role in his ADHD in the presentation.
Sustained.
Can I just get the transcript?
Of course.
Can I approach the witness, Charlie?
You guys,
Oh, yeah. Hang on. Dr. Denny, you've given, I think, 4 depositions in this case, is that right?
Something like that.
And the first one was April 18th, 2022. You remember that, I guess. And I just wanted to show you this section of my approach, Your Honor.
For what purpose?
Just so Dr. Denny can see the transcript himself.
What legal purpose?
Oh, well, I can read it if you prefer me to. I just want to give him the opportunity to look at it. During the deposition, talking about what was going on in Brenda's life when she was pregnant, talking about poor nutrition, alcohol use, cigarette smoking, and drug use. And you were asked, did you take these things into consideration when looking at this case? And you said, yes, absolutely. And I suspect that all of that could play into his presence of ADHD, presence of learning disability, and his below average or low average intellectual functioning. We just don't know for sure.
Yeah, I said I suspect that could.
conversation, the term that you were using was fetal alcohol effects. Is that right?
Yes, as a general term, because we were not looking at a situation where we had facial features to go full fetal alcohol syndrome. So I was using a lesser severe term.
And fetal alcohol effects, as you said, it's the term that used to be used to describe a person who had exposure to alcohol prenatally but lacked the facial features or lacked 3 facial features and didn't have the growth deficiencies required for an FAS diagnosis, right?
That's right.
But since, I think it was the early 2000s, that term fetal alcohol effects has been replaced by terms like alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, right?
Yes, in a general classification way, sure.
Yes, sir. I wanted to just ask you a couple quick questions regarding Nick's IQ scores, specifically on the issues of memory and visual spatial on his past testing, okay?
Okay.
The test that Nick took when he was 5 years old, that was the Stanford-Binet IQ test, right?
Yes.
And that is a full-fledged IQ test, right?
Sure, yeah, it's a accepted IQ test.
Right. And it's, when I say full-fledged, I mean in comparison to something like the RIAS, it is a more, there are more subtests, more areas tested than the RIAS tests.
It's a larger battery, but they're both accepted IQ tests.
Right. I certainly wasn't suggesting the RIAS isn't, but the Stanford-Binet is a broader test. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Okay. And that was given to Nick when he was 5 years old. And in the area of working memory, he scored at 74, which is in the 4th percentile, right?
Yes, about that, right.
All right. And then in 2021, when he was given the WACE by Dr. Black, his working memory was scored at 77, which is at the 6th percentile, right?
Yes, about that.
Right. And on those 2 tests, again, the Stanford-Binet when Nick was 5, and the well, actually, no, this is a different. Let me start over. Regarding visual spatial, on the Stanford-Binet at age 5, Nick scored 74, which is in the 4th percentile, right?
On what index specifically are you talking about?
Just on visual spatial, that was the score.
Visual spatial. I'm just not recalling a specific index called visual spatial on the.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what you're talking about on the Stanford-Binet.
Well, in comparison to the testing that was done by Dr. Connor and by you, where his visual spatial testing was, as you described, to be extremely low, right?
Yeah, the score he performed on the Ray complex figure copy was exceedingly poor.
Okay. No, just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
I wanted to ask you, Dr. Denny, about the issue of standard deviations, or which standard deviation to apply in what situation, okay? And just for everyone's clarification, when we're talking about standard deviations, they are set at a certain value, right? A certain number of points. Like in the example of intellectual disability, one standard deviation is 15 points, right?
Well, on certain types of intelligence tests, the standard deviation is 15. It's a standard score with 100 as the mean and the standard deviation being 15. Yeah.
Okay. And the point I was making is just that standard deviations are a set of points as opposed to just going from one point to the next point down. That it's a set number of points from standard deviation to standard deviation. Is that fair?
It's a distance between, is that what you're saying? It's a distance between numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the scale, its size is different. But yeah, a standard deviation is simply the average difference from the mean. The mean is the center part, right? That's the average. We commonly call a mean an average. But there's also a mode, median, and mean. But the mean is the center there. And a standard deviation is the average distance away from that of all the scores, or all the gravel pieces in the pile.
And part of what you did in this case was you reviewed the neuropsychological testing data produced by Dr. Connor and Dr. Black, right?
Yes, I did.
And one of the things that you did, I assume, initially is to determine if there were any scoring errors that you could have identified, right?
Yes.
And you found no scoring errors, right?
Right, I didn't find any specific scoring errors.
Okay. And so the graph that Dr. Connor created, it accurately represents the scores on that graph, right? You don't take issue with what those scores are on the graph. They accurately represent them, right?
Right, no, I think he accurately put the scores on the graph for the 79 scores he chose to include.
And
yeah.
The names of those tests across the bottom, you agree that the data points above those names are the scores that Nick got on those tests, right?
Yes, I didn't see anything unusual with that.
Okay. Just so that we know what we're talking about, I'm just going to put that back up here. Zoom in as best as I can without it getting blurry. And as I think you talked about with Mr. Marcus, obviously there's the green dotted line, right? And that is representative of what Nick's IQ score is, right?
Right, that's what Dr. Connor wrote in here, expected by IQ. So the score should fall around that because it's expected based upon his overall intellectual ability.
And then, as we can see, the red line on there is what Dr. Connor put on there to identify what is a deficit in scoring, right?
Well, that's what he called a deficit in performance. And it's, as you can see, it's laid out there on the 1 standard deviation mark.
Right, except for in the area of IQ where it's at 2, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the standard, the red line of deficit for IQ is at 2 standard deviations, and then for the other domains, it's at 1 standard deviation, right?
That's where he placed it, correct.
Okay. And in your version of this graph, because you used his graph and just made some changes to it, right? In your presentation.
I used his graph in multiple instances, and then I took those scores and regraphed them, and yeah, right. And I included the different standard deviation lines, 1, 1.5, and 2.
And yeah, and the point that I was just making is that one of the things that you did is you moved that red line of deficit down to 2 standard deviations for everything, right, on one of the graphs that you made.
Right, I showed each. I showed with it exactly like this, with this 2 standard deviations for the IQ and then 1 standard deviation for everything else, and then I showed the next one at 2 for the IQ and 1.5 for everything else, and then I showed it at 2 for everything across the board.
And one of the reasons why you believe that red deficit line should be at 2 standard deviations instead of 1 is from a paper that came out that you were involved in that was published by or written by some members of the American Academy of Clinical Neuropsychology, right?
Well, I was involved with that paper, but I don't think that has anything to do with where this line should be placed.
Well, that paper that you were involved in, it talks about how a deficit should be defined, the terminology, right?
It was a consensus process to determine what labels we should use for each of the areas. What do you call it? Do you call it mild impaired, moderate impaired, severely impaired, or do you call it, average, low average, below average, exceedingly, And I think I explained that. The issue is because the score falls in that range, but that doesn't necessarily mean the person is impaired at that level. So we needed to create some uniform labeling because everybody was using different labels and it's confusing. But that's different than where this standard deviation line is laid on here. That's more defined by, say, the IOM guidelines that say 1.5, or if you're looking at the Canadian guidelines, they say 2, right? For example.
The point being that for you, in your mind, one standard deviation is not indicative of a deficit.
Well, it's true. It's not, because people produce a lot of scores at 1 standard deviation. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a deficit.
I understand. The paper that came out from the AACN, right?
Yeah, the American Academy of Clinical Neuropsychology.
And that was the paper that you were involved in, the working group that put the research or opinions together, is that right?
Yeah, it's a little more involved than that, but yeah, I was actually ultimately a reader on it, a reviewer for it, but yeah, it was a working group to come up and help identify what they should be, and then through the consensus process, figured out what the American Board of Clinical Neuropsychologists, what consensus there was among the board-certified neuropsychologists.
And that pertained to how a certain score should be referred to, what terminology should be applied to a score in a certain range. Is that right?
Exactly. That's all it dealt with.
Okay. And that paper, or article rather, that was published in 2020, right?
Yes.
And it was specifically identified as being recommendations from this group of people at the AACN, right?
Yes, and a consensus of board-certified neuropsychologists.
But you have no idea the extent to which those recommendations have actually been adopted in the field of neuropsychology, right?
Well, out of approximately 5,000 neuropsychologists, I don't know how many are using those labels or not. But it is the recommended labeling method from the Academy for all board-certified neuropsychologists.
And I think the main author on that article was Dr. Gilmet, right?
That's correct.
And you obviously know Dr. Gilmet.
Yes.
And you're aware that he says that he only knows of 2 hospitals in the entire country that have actually officially adopted those recommendations from that paper.
I don't know anything about that issue. Hospitals don't officially endorse that kind of thing. That's the practitioner that chooses to use them. I mean, I know that in my hospital, there's no hospital policy saying that I have to use these labels. I just use them. So I don't see the point of saying, okay, there are 2 hospitals in the nation that have endorsed using them. I don't see that as being of any meaningfulness at all.
That's just what Dr. Gilmet said. But you're aware that Dr. Connor, who did this testing of Nick and who created this graph, you're aware that he used the diagnostic criteria as outlined by the CDC, right?
Yes, and he had to ignore the absence of the facial features in order to do that, because he's blending different criteria from different systems together to make it fit.
But as we talked about before, the CDC in 2004, when they wrote those guidelines, they said, we are aware of the fact that there are people with the same neurodevelopmental deficits, without the facial features and without the growth deficits, but they have the same neurodevelopmental deficits as a person with those features, right? We saw that in the 2004 article.
Well, the same in the sense of their CNS deficits, but for the CDC guidelines, you've got facial features, and then they allow you to use a 1 standard deviation line, like what Dr. Connor has here. But the one standard deviation line is only appropriate if there are facial features, because the issue is how well does the classification system accurately identify fetal alcohol syndrome, or ARND, or whatever it is, and how well does it differentiate that condition from other conditions. If you use a one standard deviation in the absence of the facial features, then you're opening the diagnosis up to just about every person who had a learning disability or some mild issues who happen to have a mother who consumes some alcohol. And that's way overbroad. So the diagnostic utility of it would slide down the toilet.
So you're familiar with the 2004 diagnostic guidelines, obviously, from the CDC, right?
Yes.
And they say that for IQ, 2 standard deviations below the mean should be used to determine a deficit, right?
Well, I believe it's IQ or other domains related to cognitive functioning.
But that's the term they use, deficit at 2 standard deviations below the mean, right?
Okay.
And on Dr. Connor's chart, as we can see, right, he put the red line of deficit for IQ at 2 standard deviations below the mean, correct?
That's just for the IQ indices.
Good.
But that,
exactly where the CDC said it should be for IQ, right?
for IQ, yes.
Good. Okay. For functional domains, the 2004 guidelines say that 1 standard deviation below the mean should be used to determine a deficit, right?
Yes, that's in the context of full facial features.
Except that they say that other people without the facial features have the same neurodevelopmental deficits as people with the facial features, right? That's what the article says.
They may have written that, but I think you're overstating what that phrasing means.
I'm reading the words off the page. It says the same.
Sustained. Mr. Secord, please.
For functional domains, the CDC criteria says that 1 standard deviation below the mean should be used to determine a deficit, correct? That's what the CDC guidelines say from 2004, right?
Yes, in the context of full facial features.
And there's a specific reason given by the CDC in those guidelines. And it says in that highlighted portion, previous research indicates that approximately only 1/4 of individuals diagnosed with FAS perform at the most conservative level of below the 3rd percentile, or 2 standard deviations below the mean on standardized measures.
Excuse me, I'd like to objection. Is this thing when I had to
Sustained.
May we go sidebar?
Yes?
I just want to show you a page from 2004 guidelines. May I approach you on it?
What page and for what purpose?
Page 16 of the 2004 guidelines, just to make sure that Dr. Denny is familiar with it and recognizes.
What section? Aren't there sections? Chapters?
I don't believe so. It's the...
This is from the DSM?
No, I'm sorry. From the CDC 2004 FAS guidelines.
Okay, and you're approaching him for the purpose of refreshing his memory?
Just to make sure that he recognizes this section of it.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that's familiar to you, Doctor.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Thank you. And this is the section of the 2004 guidelines that specifically addresses why the CDC says that the red deficit line for functional domain should be at 1 standard deviation, right?
I don't know that it says why it's doing it. It designates it should be at 1 standard deviation, but again, that's in the context of full facial features. Just presenting that separate from the fact of full facial features, like a bait and switch. Okay, you can't use that standard in those CDC guidelines without the full facial features. You're separating the criteria into one small section and ignoring the rest of it.
Well, I understand that's your opinion, but you obviously agree with me that they say same neurodevelopmental deficits as a person with FAS in these guidelines.
Sustained.
But the concern that was raised by the scientific working group that created these guidelines was that only 1/4 of people with FAS are going to be functioning at or below 2 standard deviations, right?
Right, that was mentioned, sure.
And because of the fact that only 1/4 of people with the full fetal alcohol syndrome would be functioning at that level, they said that's why we have to use 1 standard deviation, because otherwise you're missing potentially 75% of people that have the condition, right?
Only in the context of full facial features.
Okay.
You can't use that cutoff in the absence of full facial features. You're taking a part of the criteria and throwing away another part. But when they wrote it, that was a together criteria, not a separate criteria.
But we can agree that that was the methodology, that was the reasoning behind choosing 1 standard deviation, right?
In the context of full facial features, yes.
Okay, I
that was
understand.
the reasoning.
I understand.
But when you take away those full facial features, then it's a total different criteria.
But you would agree that if you look at the CDC criteria and guidelines, that Dr. Connor put the red deficit line exactly where the CDC said it should be, right?
He did where the CDC said it should be when you've got full facial features present. Without those full facial features, then no, it's a meaningless red line.
Can we take a break?
Why don't we keep going for till about 12:30, and I'll let you know, okay?
Okay. I want to talk to you, Dr. Denny, about one of the instruments that you administered to Nick during your time with him, okay? And that was the TSI-2, which I believe stands for Trauma Symptom Inventory, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And am I right that that is an instrument for purposes of screening for post-traumatic stress symptoms?
Well, that's what it's used often for. It really gets at anybody who has difficulties from trauma-related kind of issues or reports having difficulties from trauma related.
And this is one of those instruments that your opinion was that he was over-reporting. Is that the right term? Over, I can't remember what the right term was, but over-endorsing. That's what I was trying to say.
Right. The validity scale indicated it was atypical, and when you look at the extreme elevations on all the scales, it tells you that it was over-exaggerated.
But you are aware from your time with Nick and from reviewing records about him that he watched his adoptive father die when he was 5 years old, right?
Yes.
And during your time talking to him, he also told you about being sexually abused by a neighbor, right?
Well, there was some suggestion that might have happened, but he was only told that it happened after he was arrested.
Who was told after he was arrested?
That's what Mr. Cruz told me.
Well, he told you in the interview that it happened, right?
He wasn't aware of it until after he was arrested.
He gave you details of what happened.
Yes, and some recollections that he said were recollections.
You asked him how old he was, right?
Yes.
And he said 9, right?
Yes, right.
And you're aware that that family moved in next door when Nick was 9 years old?
Sure.
And he told you that he would go over there to play video games, right?
Yes.
And that the son in that family would have him do things in order to be able to play on the Xbox, right?
Yes.
Sexual acts, right?
Correct.
And he told you that one time this boy took him into the bathroom of the house and asked him if he wanted to try something new, right?
Yes.
And this boy took out his penis, right?
That's what he told me, yes.
And put on a condom, right?
I don't recall that specifically, but
Okay.
maybe the case.
And that he penetrated Nick, right?
I don't recall exactly that, but he may have said that. I'm not saying he didn't. I just don't recall.
And he said that it was painful, right?
Yes.
And he told you that later on, there was a time when that boy came to live for a brief period of time at the Cruz home with his mother, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And that during that time, Nick stole money from the boy as a way to get back at him for what the boy had done to Nick, right? Isn't that what Nick said?
Yeah, that may very well have been. I don't recall specifically.
And when you asked him about his hesitation regarding coming forward about the sexual assault, he specifically said that he didn't want people to think that this boy was a sexual predator, right?
I don't remember that, but I'm not saying he didn't say that. I just don't recall that specific detail.
And he also expressed concern that talking about it might make people come after him, come after Nick, if you were to say things about it.
Again, I don't remember that specific aspect of the conversation.
You've talked to people, I assume, in your career who have been victims of sexual assault, right?
Yes, definitely.
And there is an awfully wide range of the extent to which a person will reveal what happens to them, right?
That's true.
And one of the reasons is because, unfortunately, it's oftentimes somebody that the person knows, a family member or a friend, right?
Yes.
And despite the fact that they're being terribly wronged, they still feel some sense of protection, or they don't want anybody to get in trouble, even though what happened to them was terrible, right?
Right, or they'll even they will think that it's their fault. Sure, yeah, particularly children.
Yes, sir. You also talked to Nick about, and know from his records, that he also watched his adoptive mother die, right? In the hospital.
Yes.
And he eventually was able to meet his biological mother on a video call from jail. And then she died very shortly after that first meeting that he had with her. Did you know that?
I believe that. Yes, I believe I did know that.
Okay. And I would assume, or maybe I shouldn't say that, but from your perspective as a psychologist with your experience, I would assume any one of those things could be a major trauma for any person in their life, right?
Sure, it could be. Right.
And certainly more so for a person who was a child or a teenager when they saw those things happen, or when they saw people that they loved die, or when they were victimized in that way.
Potentially, sure.
And Nick also told you that when his adoptive mother, Linda, died in 2017, he reached out to family up north in New York, where she was from, right?
Yes.
Asking for help because his mother was dead, right?
Right.
And he told you that nobody offered help, right?
You're right. He didn't get much of a response, I don't think.
Can I just a moment, Carl?
You may.
I want to go back real quick, if I could, Dr. Denny, to the question that we were talking about visual, spatial, and IQ testing.
Yes.
Because your testing and Dr. Connor's testing obviously showed extremely low score in the visual spatial area. And I just wanted to make sure that I was clear about the comparison that I was attempting to make. In the results from the Stanford Binet, it just simply says visual spatial score 74 in the 4th percentile.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that would be better than 2 standard deviations. Somewhere between 1 and 2 standard deviations.
Okay.
At 5 years of age.
Yes, sir. Yeah, when the Stanford Binet was given when he was 5 years old. I'm at a good stopping point.
Okay.
That's all right with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch break. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or begin deliberating. Please leave your notepads behind. It is 12:30. I will see you back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Been excused. Everyone else may be either seated or in recess. Doctor, in case you're wondering, the reason why we have to make the lunch break so lengthy is because the jurors, there's 22 of them, and they have to go through 2 metal detectors, and getting them all shuffled out and shuffled in, actually an hour and a half is pushing it for them to be able to accomplish lunch. We're not just a leisurely court here, just so you know. I think I've explained that to everyone else. Thank you. The defendant is present, the witness is present, and I think we're ready. Are both sides ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We are lining them up. You still might have a little while because sometimes one of them's in the bathroom.
Jurors are entering.
I smell espresso. Yes. Some strong espresso. Okay. The jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Defense, when you're ready, you may continue with your questioning of the witness. Thank you.
Jimmy, I just wanted to quickly go back for just a second to the concept of secondary conditions associated with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, okay? Before we talked about ones that have been identified as being associated with FASD that are sort of like diagnoses, right? A mental health diagnosis or a personality disorder diagnosis, right? That was the bulk of what those were, right?
Yes. Yeah, if I understand correctly, when you say associated, they can go along with, but they're not necessarily due to.
Absolutely.
Right, okay,
Right. They
sure.
have nothing to do with it.
Okay.
But they're conditions that the CDC has published that they have found a high degree of frequency in people with FAS.
Right, it's not uncommon at all.
Right. There are also, as recognized by the CDC, secondary conditions that are not necessarily a diagnosis, but more behavioral problems that are associated with people with FASD, right?
Yes, I would say that's true.
And specifically, according to the CDC, one of those is what they call disrupted school experience, right?
Yes.
And obviously that includes things like being suspended, being expelled, or dropping out of school, right?
Right.
And even more specifically, problems getting along with other students and bad relationships with teachers, right?
Right. That can also be a major feature of the conduct disorder, an oppositional defiant disorder.
Yes, sir. And then another thing that I think to me is sort of more behavioral as opposed to diagnostic in terms of secondary conditions, but another one that's identified is trouble with the law, right?
Right. Again, conduct issues.
Right, and I agree with you. That's something associated with conduct disorder, also associated with FASD, maybe for the same reason, maybe not, right? No one knows for sure.
Right. When we use the word associated, that means there's a correlation, that the two have some relationship, but that does not imply a causal connection.
And we know that people with fetal alcohol spectrum disorders are at a higher risk of being or having interactions with law enforcement and the justice system, right?
That is true.
And part of that stems from problems controlling anger and frustration, right?
Possibly.
And people with fetal alcohol spectrum disorders are at a higher risk of being involved in violent or explosive situations, according to the CDC, right?
Yeah, particularly explosive, reactive type of things, as opposed to planned, organized, well thought out type of aggression.
And another one, another behavior associated or common in people with fetal alcohol spectrum disorders is inappropriate sexual behavior, right?
It can occur, yes.
And that would be things like unwanted advances or inappropriate touching, right?
Sure, that could be an example of it.
And if we look through those secondary sort of behavior conditions, disrupted school experience, trouble with the law, and inappropriate sexual behavior, we see those things throughout Nick's life experience and are in some of the records, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by inappropriate sexual. What are you referring to there?
That specifically, there was testimony by Fanae Browd, a defense witness, about some inappropriate sexual touching of her daughter by Nick when they were both less than 10, I believe, at the time.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, obviously
Sure,
still
okay.
inappropriate.
Yeah, right. I understand now.
But you agree with me that all those behaviors that we just talked about as identified by the CDC are things that you have observed in Nick's records, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you were speaking with Mr. Marcus, you were discussing Dr. Connor's graph that we've looked at several times, obviously. And I believe that you said that you didn't know why he chose to graph the scores that he graphed, right?
Yeah, some were obvious, and I would agree with. There were a few that I didn't quite understand why he would graph that particular score. That's true.
But you have listened to his testimony in this case, in his depositions, right?
Yes.
And part of what he told you was that Nick was originally assessed for autism and given some neuropsych testing by a psychologist, right?
That's correct.
Then that was Dr. Black, right?
Yes.
And some of those tests that Dr. Black administered were not part of what Dr. Connor usually uses to assess somebody for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, right?
Yeah, that was my impression. Yeah.
Okay. And so his rationale for leaving those ones off is they're like, those aren't the ones that I usually use. They're not part of my battery. So he left them off of his graph, those ones in particular, right?
Well, there were other scores that he, for example, like what you brought up during the deposition, the Wyatt subscores, you know. That may not be the test that he uses, but he does use an achievement test. So I don't know that that's necessarily the only reason. I don't know why.
Okay. There were, of the scores that Dr. Black administered and that Dr. Connor did not use on his graph, there were 17 of them that were below 1 standard deviation, right?
It could be. I didn't count the ones specific to Dr. Black's testing.
Okay. But the Wyatt, those were all Dr. Black's. That's my understanding.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I should have made that clear. 17 Wyatt scores were below 1 standard deviation, I believe.
Yes. That could be. I didn't count them.
Right.
Yeah.
And 6 of those were below 2 standard deviations, approximately. You agree with me on that?
Yes, and I think I counted those.
Yeah. And despite the fact that those were low scores and would have been below the red deficit line on his graph, he left them off because he did not consider them to be relevant to his assessment, right? That's the reason that he left those scores off.
Objection, proper speculation.
Sustained.
You are aware that the battery that Dr. Connor uses has been developed over the course of his career, right?
Yes.
And that's a career that spans some 30 years working in the field, right?
Right. And he uses some tests that are very sensitive to fetal alcohol syndrome, like the Iowa gambling task.
And that battery that he uses, he actually published it in a peer-reviewed journal in 2010, right?
Yes, that's right.
Journal of Psychiatry and Law, right?
Yes, Journal of Psychiatry and Law.
And his rationale for using that battery is to have consistency from examinee to examinee who he's assessing, right?
Sustained.
You're familiar with Dr. Connor's experience, right?
I listened to his testimony.
And that he has taught college classes specifically on fetal alcohol spectrum disorders.
Objection, this is just bolstering Dr. Connor.
I agree. Let me please speak to the lawyers.
Dr. Denny, part of what you testified to on direct, I believe, is your belief that Dr. Connor didn't properly apply the CDC criteria in this case. Is that right?
Correct. He took out the criteria related to testing, leaving behind the requirements for facial features, and then he used that separately to mix with the DSM criteria.
And am I correct that since 2016 there have been 2 federal courts that have found you lacking in credibility for not complying with clinical standards in cases?
That is correct. Those standards had to do with the association, the intellectual disability group's recommendation that you should not consider any information about a defendant while they're in custody, even though that may provide significant insight regarding a person's intellectual ability. And I find that quite illogical.
But those are standards as articulated by the American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, correct?
That's true. And I explained why I disagreed with them.
Yes, sir. Some of the materials that you have used in your career or for purposes of this case are the 2004 CDC guidelines that we discussed, correct?
Yes.
As well as the Institute of Medicine's updated clinical guidelines for fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. It was published in 2016, right?
Correct.
And you obviously know that Dr. Jones was involved in both of those publications.
Objection.
Sustained for the same reasons that I gave during the last sidebar.
Regarding what you were mentioned on direct examination about speech and language delays, I think you testified that you thought that it grew out of them. Is that right? Am I right about that?
Yes, that appears to be the case based upon his functioning in school during later years.
You don't have particular expertise in speech and language pathology, right?
That's correct.
And I think you've already mentioned that you don't have particular expertise in fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, that pathology in itself, right?
Well, I know quite a bit about it, but I don't, as I said, I don't hang out a shingle saying that I'm an FASD specialist.
You were the Bureau of Prisons from 1990 to 2011, is that right?
That's correct.
And during that period of time, the Bureau of Prisons did not provide you any training specific to fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, correct?
No. They provided me patients and evaluations of fetal alcohol, but not particular trainings.
But the Bureau didn't have a specific treatment program for people with fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, right?
No.
And you were in private practice from 2012 to 2015, correct?
Yes.
And during that time, you did not do evaluations specific to fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, right?
No.
And you haven't written any articles on fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, right?
That's correct.
Or contributed to any articles on that topic?
That's correct.
And you haven't participated in research specific to fetal alcohol spectrum disorders?
That's right.
And you have not attended any continuing education specific to FASD, right?
I can't recall any, no.
Okay. May I just have one quick minute?
You may.
You mentioned on direct Scarlett Lewis, the woman whose son was murdered at Sandy Hook, right?
Yes, briefly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And are you aware of that because of the calls that she has had with Nick? Did you hear those calls?
I have listened to some of them. I do recall that.
And are you aware that Scarlett Lewis reached out to the defense to speak with Nick? It wasn't him reaching out to her.
Yes. Yes, I do recall that.
And you're aware that part of that relationship is that she is trying to understand people who do these things.
Sustained.
Regarding, we talked about on direct about ability to control oneself. And Mr. Marcus asked you specifically about what you've seen in terms of Nick's ability to control himself, and specifically that he's been able to control himself in court, right?
Yes.
You're aware, assume based on the fact that you reviewed all the records, that he's under the care of a psychologist at the jail?
Yes.
And that he's under the care of a psychiatrist at the jail?
I believe so, yes.
And that during this entire trial he's been medicated?
Yes, I believe he is receiving some medication. I don't recall what it is exactly.
Mr. Marcus asked you, I think you said it's $400 an hour that you charge, is that right?
That's right.
And you said that you've worked 400 hours out in this case?
It's capped over, I mean, it's gone over that. I don't know what it is at this point.
Okay. Am my math right that that's 160,000 so far?
That would be correct math, I believe.
Okay. And during the course of your career, do you know how many times you've testified in court?
Because of my pretrial forensic evaluation experience at the Bureau, I was called to testify quite often. So I've testified well over 100 times, but during the last 10 years, I've only done maybe 25 cases total of forensic-related cases like this.
Just one more moment.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Denny. I don't have anything further on.
Okay, State, do you have any additional questions for the witness?
If I might, yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, we have a white nose.
Yes.
Okay, you all can go back for your second espresso of the afternoon. We're going to take about a 10-minute recess. The issues are a little bit too much to discuss between myself and the lawyers while you all are sitting here with that white noise, which I imagine is not the best noise you've ever heard. So give us a few minutes. Please do not discuss the case, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you. The jurors have been excused, so in case anyone's wondering, they almost half of them come in with these little shot glasses of espresso. I'm not just making it up. They really are enjoying themselves. I think they must have a machine back there. Anyway, so Mr. Marcus, would you just please repeat or let me know again what exactly it is that you want to do?
Yes, Your Honor. As you recall, Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny, state doctors were, as part of their evaluation, were ordered to do it on tape. Both Dr. Scott and Dr. Denny talked about this sexual molestation issue that the defense brought up in cross-examination with this person, this neighbor. So the state wants to play those portions from both Dr. Denny and from Dr. Scott to put the entire, these are all defendants' statements as to what he said. As to Dr. Denny, of course, he can authenticate it because he was there. For Dr. Scott, he can authenticate it because it's a data point, it's information that a person in his position would rely on. He has viewed it in the past, and that would be the basis. And it's under 704, I believe.
7-4?
I believe it's 704. It's the type of, it's just like relying on another medical report. It's the defendant's statement to Dr. Scott.
Before I ask Mr. Secor to respond, I want to make sure that my memory is correct. You brought up Fanae Brown's testimony. Was that not stricken?
No.
I didn't strike that?
I think you might be confusing the two issues. Ms. Brown testified that the defendant sexually molested her daughter in direct testimony that the defense put on and was perpetuated testimony. This is not the sexual molestation of the defendant.
Okay, rewind a second. I'm thinking of and I apologize, I'm thinking of there was an attempt to bring up testimony from a couple of witnesses that Mr. Cruz was inappropriately touched.
That's
or something
correct.
To that extent. And
different incidents.
Two different incidents. Okay, so what is the other?
Fanae Brown was her daughter. She testified that her daughter was sexually molested by the defendant. I think the defendant was 10 and she was 6.
Okay.
And so that's a separate episode. There were some people who had heard from somebody, they don't know who, after the shooting occurred, that the defendant was sexually molested by this person.
That's what I'm recalling, because
Right.
that I
You struck that.
okay.
Now, the state didn't object to this testimony because this is the defendant's statement to the psychologist.
About which incident though?
About that he was sexually molested.
That Mr. Cruz was.
Yeah, so that's direct testimony. That's fine, and that's why we didn't object to it. If he, if it happened to him, supposedly he could testify to it. So the state wasn't going to object to it. It was different.
I understand now.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
The other witness that you're thinking about is Mrs. Trish Devaney. Linda Cruz told Trish Devaney that Nicholas had been sexually molested. You prohibited the testimony, but we did a proffer with Ms. Devaney. So that might be the other incident that you're talking about.
Okay.
I think she was like the third defense witness.
But you're wanting to play this witness's, you're wanting to play the defendant's interview with this witness and with Dr. Scott discussing the incident.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I respectfully request the opportunity to watch the videos just because I've only seen those things in their entirety, and I really feel like I need to know exactly what the state is offering.
Do you have the clips available?
Yes.
And can you play them so that, well, I guess the jury's not in here, so you can just play them.
Yes.
So that I can hear and so that you can hear.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, or see.
Her son, you said?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Rocky.
Rocky.
And I said before, I think he sexually molested me when I was young.
Okay. How far away did Roxanne and Rocky live from you and your mom?
They lived in Lake Worth, Palm Beach, so probably 30, 40 miles. I don't know. I'm not very good. I have to take a look at the map.
From you, your mom, and Zach?
Yeah.
That reminds me, did anybody else ever live in the family with you there? Your mom, you and Zach? Or?
My dogs.
Dogs, okay.
I had a lot of dogs when I grew up.
Okay. So you said, and you mentioned a couple times, and I'm not ignoring you, I was just trying to organize it in my mind, that you were sexually molested by Rocky, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When you were young?
Yeah. I have memories of it.
Okay.
But I don't want to put him out like a sexual molester because I don't know if it really is true or not. But my brother says he has memories of it too, because it happened to him as well.
So Roxanne was a longtime friend of your mom's?
Yeah.
From years?
Yeah. Probably about 4 or 5 years.
And so you would visit there when you were young? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. We would visit. I'll be offered to play Xbox if I did things to Rocky.
Was he older than you?
Yeah. He was 22 when I got arrested, so... See, I wasn't... So if he was 22, I was 9. He's 3 years older. I don't know about that.
Okay. And he would let you use Xbox if you would do things?
Yeah.
Okay.
But one time he told us to go in the bathroom without my brother, just me first. He said, "You want to try something new?" I said, "Okay." And so then he told me to drop my pants. He whipped out his thingy, put on a condom, and yeah. And then I didn't like it. I told him nope, and that was that. And I walked out. He asked my brother to do the same thing, but I don't know anything what happened with him. But Zachary said, "Ew, that's disgusting," when he came out.
So did he actually try it, or did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you didn't care for that. So about how old were you then?
Let's see, so I was like 3 years older. So I'm thinking he's about like 12, and I was like 9. Actually, when I was 8, I started watching porn. But I'm not gay. I'm bisexual, I guess you could say.
Okay. So, over what period of time do you think you were sexually molested by Rocky?
Probably within the 6 months that I knew him, when I first met him, or something like that. I heard he went up to Canada because something happened between me and him and Zach.
Okay.
I think I told my mother and then told Rocky.
All right.
Sam.
So, over how long a period of time do you think?
6 months.
6 months?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And you said you got memories of it, so you think it occurred, but you said you're not sure.
I say that because I don't want to make him look like, a sexual predator or something like that.
Well, it's not you making him anything. I mean, it's
I'm worried
he
about,
does.
I'm worried about people coming after me for saying stuff like that. So, but I think it's
in
true.
the context of your life right now, you think that's going to make people come after you?
Sort of.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I want to die, but I don't want to die a painful death or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Well, I do, but like, I can't really decide.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, so how you got memories of it? How old? Memories from the beginning, or from later, or all the way through?
What do you mean?
Your memories of the molestation?
Probably all the way through.
All the way through. Probably all the way through.
Probably.
Okay. So if you had to put a percentage on that, how confident are you that that's really what happened?
Probably 80.
80%? Okay. All right. Did you ever tell anybody about that?
My attorneys asked me, and I told them that it's a possibility.
Is that the first people you've told?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the next one.
Okay, anyone else what we call physically abusive towards you? Leaving bruises, hitting you in a way they shouldn't? We've talked about your mom.
I think, I don't like putting out people like this, but I think I might have been sexually abused by a neighborhood boy.
Okay, tell me who that boy is and what you remember.
His name is Rocky.
Rocky?
Yeah.
Okay, and his last name, best you know?
The Champ.
Okay, so what do you remember about Rocky the Champ?
He liked playing on the Xbox. When we were young, we didn't have an Xbox, and I wanted to play on the Xbox. So he would tell me and my brother that we could do things to go on the Xbox.
Okay, and tell me everything you remember about what do things means.
Sexual activities.
Okay, so I can understand he may have said that. Did any actual sexual activities actually happen?
I'm not too sure. That's why I don't want to put him out like that. I mean, my memory, I think there did happen, but like I don't want to make him sexual predator or anything like that.
Okay, why do you think it happened?
I know. I think he was like 12 years old. I was like 8.
Okay, so he was 12. You were about 8.
Yeah, when I came in here, he was like 21 years old.
Okay.
And I was like 19, so he's 2 years older than me. So
okay, so if he was 12, you might have been around age 10. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you think? You said you're not sure, but you think it did. So why do you think it did?
I have memories that things did happen, but but my mom told me that nothing happened. But I'm told that I heard this on the news, like things did happen.
Okay. What did you hear on the news?
I mean, I was really young. I heard that that I came over there and I was like playing on his Xbox and stuff. But the only way I could do that was I sucked his dick.
Uh-huh.
And this is not from the news, but this is from my also memory. One time, I think he did anal with me and my brother once.
Okay.
My brother also has a memory of that too. So.
Now, anal can be done different ways. It can be done with a finger, it can be done with someone's penis. What do you mean by he did anal?
I think he did it with a penis.
Okay. So that my mind's a little bit clear, because you said you heard something on the news.
Yeah, I heard something on the news about sucking his dick, but they didn't say anything about the anal part. That's just from my memory.
Yeah, so who was the source, the best you can know, for the news that would bring that up, that this may have happened? Because he probably wasn't, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
But I do have memory of doing that, though.
Of sucking his dick?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not gay, by the way. I'm straight. Just to let you know.
Okay. And how clear is your memory of sucking his penis? Would you say, let's say, 100% certainty, 0% certainty? Kind of where are you with that?
75.
Okay. And do you have a sense of how often that happened?
Probably maybe 6 or 7 times.
Okay. And how come you're not sure about it then?
Well, I don't know. My mom told me it never happened. But I have trouble believing it. And I heard he also went up to Canada after. I think I told my mom something about it. It's a confusing moment.
Okay, and the anal, how confident are you for that?
Just like I said, 75%.
Also for that?
Yeah. Well, maybe a little bit higher for that, probably 80.
Okay, and how many times for that do you think?
Once.
Okay, and do you know roughly how old you were there?
About 10.
Okay, but if you're about 80% sure it happened, what memories do you have of it?
I have memories of going to his house. I remember him saying, if you let me do this to you, if you let me do this thing to you and show you, I'll let you play on the Xbox. So we go into his bathroom, and he told me to bend down, pull my pants down. And I felt really weird and strange. And then I heard a condom unwrap. He put it on and stuffed it in, and I said, nope, that's it. And I said, I don't want anything else. And he said, that's your choice. You want to play on the Xbox? I said, I do. I'm not going to do that. And so I walked out. And then he asked my brother. And I guess my brother went in there. And then he comes out and he said, ew, that was fucking disgusting. And that's all I remember.
Okay. Do you remember if there was any physical pain associated or not? Or, well, uncomfortable, painful, not?
Painful.
Okay.
I try not to think about it.
Okay. And did that get reported to anybody?
I think I told my mom.
Okay. And do you know if Child Protective Services or anyone else got notified?
Well, this is my theory. My theory is my mom found out, talked to Roxanne about it, and then Roxanne talked to her son about it, and took him and put him into Canada to live with his father for a while.
Okay, and this is your theory about it?
That's my theory.
Okay.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I just need a few minutes to look at the transcript because I know I recall something after the end of the video. I just need to make sure that I cover that, whatever arguments that I have. Is that all right?
I'm not following you.
I know that the clip that the state just played, that there was some additional information that came up after that.
Oh, there's a transcript of the interview.
I'm sorry.
That's what you're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't know that.
I know. I'm sorry.
That's not a problem. We can take a 10-minute recess, and I can put the white noise on if you need.
Thank you. Or we can, so nobody has to listen to that, we can just leave the room.
Okay. All right, we're in recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Mr. Secor, you're going to have to give me
Yes, ma'am.
the transcript that includes the part that the state wants to play, otherwise I can't make heads or tails of this small clip.
I understand. There was just a specific argument to that one sentence that I wanted to present to Your Honor. That's part of the video that the state just presented. It's where Mr. Cruz says...
Oh, okay, I thought this was something else. I understand.
Okay. And my argument is that that is talking about dying or a painful death, etc., is a commentary on the ultimate punishment, which obviously nobody is allowed to testify to. And even if it's not specifically a comment on the ultimate punishment in this case, it certainly could be interpreted that way. It wouldn't be something that any witness would be allowed to testify to.
We're fine to take that out if you want it out.
Okay.
Just those 3 lines, 9 through 11 on that page?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And may I approach the state, please?
You may.
Let's just let her decide. Go ahead. That's fine. Just see what you say.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
This again is from the interview with Dr. Denny. And the highlighted portion is the part that begins when the video ends.
Oh, wait.
The video ends, the state's clip.
You're talking about the first clip with Dr. Denny?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the video ends when?
It ends with Dr. Denny saying, "Are your lawyers the first people that you've told?" And Nick says, "Yes." The highlighted portion would be what comes immediately after.
So the defense is asking for lines, on page 80, from lines 13 through the end of that page, through 81, line 19.
Okay, but the issue is playing the defendant's when the state plays the defendant's statement, it's either not hearsay or an exception to the hearsay rule. You agree? When the defense plays it, it is considered hearsay. That's pursuant to the rules of evidence. So I understand why you all might want this in, but it's hearsay. And I don't think there's an exception.
Well, my argument would be that if you were to watch the 2 clips that the state is offering, the clip of Dr. Denny's interview and the clip of Dr. Scott's interview, a very reasonable person could think that those 2 statements are inconsistent with one another.
Okay.
Because one, with Dr. Denny, it ends with Nick saying, "I never told anybody but my lawyers."
Okay.
Which is actually not true, because if you keep watching the video, he goes on to say that other people did know. And then in the interview with Dr. Scott, he goes on to say that the same people that he told Dr. Denny knew, he also told Dr. Scott that those people knew. So if you watch the videos with the segment that we are requesting that is included, the 2 videos are consistent with one another. And the state recognizes that. And my position is that they should not be permitted to put forth 2 pieces of evidence to argue that they're contradictory, when in reality, if you look at them in their totality, they're consistent.
He doesn't mention Paul Gold in Dr. Scott's.
That's the only name that's different.
Well, that's half of what you want to put in. And it's hearsay.
Yeah, this is what I need from you. Is there an exception to the hearsay rule as to why this portion of the statement should be required to be played?
Your Honor, may I?
You may.
Address the court? Judge, under the rule of completeness, when a party introduces a writing or a recorded statement, or part of a writing or a recording, a misleading impression may be created by taking that portion or that statement out of context. So under the rule of completeness provides that when a portion of a writing, I'm in Earhart's in case you want to follow, document or recorded statement is admitted, an adverse party, meaning the defense, has a right to require the proponent at that time to introduce another part of the writing or document that in fairness requires to be considered contemporaneously so that the jury is not misled. And the rule of completeness, and I'm just quoting from Knox v. State at 256 Southern 3rd, 825, Robinson versus CSX Transportation, Inc., Florida 50 CA case from 2015. The function behind this rule is a defense shield against potentially misleading evidence being proffered by the opposing party. Only the portions of the statement that are relevant to explain or clarify the already admitted portions need to be admitted. So what the defense is saying is the state wants to introduce portions of the statement that Mr. Cruz made to Dr. Denny and to Dr. Scott. Our position is it's what they're introducing is misleading, and that in order to put that entire statement into context, that information needs to be in there, Judge. So it's not a hearsay issue, it's a fairness issue, and under the rule of completeness, the party is required, meaning the state of Florida is required to put that in there in the entire clip or the portion of the clip that we want under fairness rules in order for it not to be misleading to the jury.
Okay, I don't see it as misleading. However, in the abundance of caution, I guess I can understand why the defense feels it could be misleading, because he's saying perhaps this person knew, probably, I think, I'm not sure, maybe. State, I'm going to require you to play this. If you're going to publish this to the jury, I'm going to require you to play the part that the defendant wants so as not to potentially mislead the jury. Sure. And then you're going to take out the line on the first statement, the 3 lines about him wanting to die, not a painful death, etc.?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can use my copy. I don't need it. Oh, well, actually, does anyone need my copy?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so I'll keep it. State, I don't know how long that takes you to modify a video in court. I didn't even know you had that capabilities. Technology's come a long way, but is it something where you think I should recess so everybody's not sitting here silently watching you, or is it something that can be done rather quickly?
It should be about 15 minutes, Judge.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and recess so that we're all not awkwardly staring at each other. It's 3:25, 3:35, so 3:40. And doctor, you are free to sit. the exhibits now?
I can do it in front of the jury.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the time.
Sure, thank you for doing that so quickly. That used to be like a day's work.
There is an entering.
Excuse me, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Mr. Marcus, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Denny, you were asked about your experience in FASD, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a trained neuropsychologist, board certified in both neuropsychological and forensic psychology?
Yes.
Are you trained in all kinds of disorders?
Yes. From a diagnostic perspective, I'm a generalist.
All right. You were asked about an IQ test that was administered when the defendant was 5 years of age, correct?
Yes.
And specifically about visual spatial.
That's right.
And does the defendant's, that his testing of visual spatial at 5 years of age have any significance as to your diagnosis?
No. And actually, when you read the report itself, the psychologist that did that testing back in 2004, it was apparent that he had trouble staying on task and completing the test in a way that would optimize his results. So I don't know that they're particularly valuable.
And if I can have the overhead, please. I'm showing you what's been previously entered in evidence before. This is SVBC. This is the testing. beginning at 170. And I'm showing you page 172, but first I'll show you the cover page of the psychological report. And now I just want to show you the test that they're referring to. Under results and interpretations, can you read the caveat note there, please?
Sure. Note, results of measured administered to a child as young as Nicholas should be viewed as baseline information for planning instruction and for monitoring progress. Results must be viewed cautiously as estimates of potential. More reliable results for this purpose are obtained when a child is more mature.
Okay. Now, in reference to you were asked about what the defendant told you about him being molested by a neighbor's child when he was a certain age, correct?
Yes.
And that was part of your evaluation on March 1st, 2022, correct?
March 9th and 10th, I believe.
I'm sorry. Dr. Scott's was on March 1st and yours was on March 9th.
Yes.
Correct? Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to play, there's two segments for Dr. Denny, 10A, and then 10B will follow it.
That's the pre-mark, their mark for identification is 10A and 10B, you said?
I'm sorry, it's actually 26Q. It's called D10A and D10B, and Dr. Scott's will be D11.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'll offer 26Q into evidence.
Okay, without objection, 26Q will be received as 499.
Her son, you said?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Rocky.
Rocky.
And I said before, I think he sexually molested me when I was young.
Okay. How far away did Roxanne and Rocky live from you and your mom?
They lived in Lake Worth, Palm Beach, so probably 30, 40 miles. I don't know. I'm not very good. I have to take a look at the map.
From you, your mom, and Zach?
Yeah.
That reminds me, did anybody else ever live in the family with you there? Your mom, you and Zach? Or?
My dogs.
Dogs, okay.
I had a lot of dogs when I grew up.
Okay. So you said, and you mentioned it a couple times, and I'm not ignoring you, it's just trying to organize it in my mind, that you were sexually molested by Rocky, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When you were young?
Yeah. I have memories of it.
Okay.
But I don't want to put him out like a sexual molester because I don't know if it really is true or not. But my brother says he has memories of it too, because it happened to him as well.
So Roxanne was a longtime friend of your mom's?
Yeah.
Years?
Yeah, probably about 4 or 5 years.
And so, you would visit there when you were young? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we would visit. I'll be offered to play Xbox if I did things to Rocky.
Was he older than you?
Yeah, he was 22 when I got arrested, so see, if he was 22, I was 9. He's 3 years older. I don't know about that.
Okay. And he would let you use Xbox if you would do things.
Yeah.
Okay.
But one time he told us to go in the bathroom without my brother, just me first. He said, "You want to try something new?" I said, "Okay." And so then he told me to drop my pants. He whipped out his thingy, put on a condom, and yeah. And then I didn't like it. I told him nope, and that was that. And I walked out. He asked my brother to do the same thing. But I don't know anything what happened with him. But Zachary said, "Ew, that's disgusting," when he came out.
So did he actually try it, or did you,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And you didn't
painful.
care for that. So about how old were you then?
Let's see, so I was like 3 years older. I'm taking he's about like 12, and I was like 9. Actually, when I was 8, I started watching porn. But I'm not gay. I'm bisexual, I guess you could say.
Okay. So, over what period of time do you think you were sexually molested by Rocky?
Probably within the 6 months that I knew him, when I first met him, or something like that. I heard he went up to Canada because something happened between me and him and Zach.
Okay.
I think I told my mother, and then told Rocky.
All right.
Sam.
So, over how long a period of time do you think?
6 months.
Molested? 6 months?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And you said you've got memories of it, so you think it occurred, but you said you're not sure.
I say that because I don't want to make him look like, a sexual predator or something like that.
Well, it's not you making him anything. I mean, it's
I'm
what
worried
he
about,
does.
I'm worried about people coming after me for saying stuff like that.
Okay.
But I think it's
in
true.
the context of your life right now, you think that's going to make people come after you?
Sort of.
So, so how you got memories of it? How old? Memories from the beginning, or from later, or all the way through?
What do you mean?
Your memories of the molestation?
Probably all the way through.
All the way through. Probably all the way through.
Probably.
Okay. So if you had to put a percentage on that, how confident are you that that's really what happened?
Probably 80.
80%. Okay. Did you ever tell anybody about that?
My attorneys asked me, and I told them that it's a possibility.
Is that the first people you've told?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only other person who knew about it is Paul Gold. Probably.
Hang on a second.
So.
Okay, I asked you if anybody else knew about it, and you said no, and then you said probably somebody else.
Yeah, probably someone else, Paul Gold, but I'm not too sure. But I think he knew something about it, and the only other people that I knew about was Roxanne and Rocky, my mother.
So Roxanne and your mother knew about it?
I think so, yes.
You think so?
Yes. Because everyone's telling me that my mom mentioned something like that. And it turns out he went to Canada for some reason, but I don't know what it was. Because his father was abusive, so I guess it was punishment or something. I don't know.
Okay. You're using a lot of, I guess so, and probablys. Do you know if Roxanne and your mom knew about it?
Okay, I do. I do know.
You do?
Yeah, I think they know about it, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Demi, you're aware that he had a conversation about this incident with Dr. Scott 8 days earlier?
Yes, I am.
All right. And as a neuropsychologist, do you rely on interviews from other professionals like Dr. Scott?
Yes, when they're available.
As a data?
Sure,
Something
absolutely.
for you to consider?
Yes.
Okay. This time, please publish Dr. Scott's.
Okay, anyone else what we call physically abusive towards you, leaving bruises, hitting you in a way they shouldn't? We've talked about your mom.
I think I don't like putting out people like this, but I think I might have been sexually abused by a neighborhood boy.
Okay, tell me who that boy is and what you remember.
His name is Rocky.
Rocky?
Yeah.
Okay, and his last name, best you know?
DeChamp.
Okay, so what do you remember about Rocky DeChamp?
He liked playing on the Xbox. When we were young, we didn't have an Xbox, and I wanted to play on the Xbox. So he would tell me and my brother that we could do things to go on the Xbox.
Okay, and tell me everything you remember about what do things means.
Sexual activities.
Okay, so I can understand he may have said that. Did any actual sexual activities actually happen?
I'm not too sure. That's why I don't want to put him out like that. I mean, from my memory, I think there did happen, but like I don't want to make him a sexual predator or anything like that.
Okay, why do you think it happened?
I don't know. I think he was like 12 years old. I was like 8.
Okay, so he was 12. You were about 8.
Yeah, when I came in here, he was like 21 years old.
Okay.
I was like 19, so he's 2 years older than me. So.
Okay, so if he was 12, he might have been around age 10. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you think? You said you're not sure, but you think it did. So why do you think it did?
I have memories that things did happen, but but my mom told me that nothing happened. But I'm told that I heard this on the news, like things did happen.
Okay. What did you hear on the news?
I mean, I was really young. I heard that that I came over there and I was like playing on his Xbox and stuff. But the only way I could do that was I sucked his dick. And this is not from the news, but this is from my ultimate memory. One time, I think he did anal with me and my brother once.
Okay.
My brother also has a memory of that too. So.
Now, anal can be done different ways. It can be done with a finger. It can be done with someone's penis. What do you mean by he did anal?
I think he did it with a penis.
Okay. So that my mind's a little bit clear because you said you heard something on the news.
Yeah, I heard something on the news about sucking his dick, but they didn't say anything about the anal part. That's just from my memory.
Yeah. So who was the source, the best you can know, for the news that would bring that up, that this may have happened? Because he probably wasn't, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
But I do have memory of doing that, though.
Of sucking his dick?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not gay, by the way. I'm straight. Just let you know.
Okay. And how clear is your memory of sucking his penis? Would you say, let's say, 100% certainty, 0% certainty? Kind of where are you with that?
75.
Okay. And do you have a sense of how often that happened?
Probably maybe 6 or 7 times.
Okay. And how come you're not sure about it then?
Well, I don't know. My mom told me it never happened, but I have trouble believing it. And I heard he also went up to Canada after. I think I told my mom something about it. It's a confusing moment.
Okay, and the anal, how confident are you for that?
Just like I said, 75%.
Also for that?
Yeah. Well, maybe a little bit higher for that, probably 80.
Okay, and how many times for that do you think?
Once.
Okay, and do you know roughly how old you were there?
About 10.
Okay, but if you're about 80% sure it happened, what memories do you have of it?
I have memories of going to his house. I remember him saying, if you let me do this to you, if you let me do this thing to you and show you, I'll let you play on the Xbox. So we go into his bathroom, and he told me to bend down, pull my pants down. And I felt really weird and strange. And then I heard a condom unwrap. He put it on and stuck it in, and I said, nope, that's it. And I said, I don't want anything else. And he said, that's your choice. You want to play on the Xbox? I said, I do. I'm not going to do that. And so I walked out. And then he asked my brother, and I guess my brother went in there, and then he comes out. He said, "Ew, that was fucking disgusting." And that's all I remember.
Okay. Do you remember if there was any physical pain associated or not, or well, uncomfortable, painful, not?
Painful.
Okay.
I try not to think about it.
Okay. And did that get reported to anybody?
I think I told my mom.
Okay. And do you know if Child Protective Services or anyone else got notified?
Well, this is my theory. My theory is my mom found out, talked to Roxanne about it, and then Roxanne talked to her son about it, and took him and put him into Canada to live with his father for a while.
Okay, and this is your theory about it?
That's my theory.
Okay.
That was a different story than he told you?
Seemed to be a little bit, yeah.
Is part of the materials, did you review Zachary Cruz's deposition?
Yes, I did.
And did Zachary Cruz, when asked if he ever had sex with Rocky, what did he say? If Zachary ever had sex with Rocky?
My recollection from the transcript is that he denied having that.
And did he also deny that Rocky demanded sex from him to play in video games?
I believe so. Yeah.
Right. Thanks very much.
Is the witness excused?
He can be excused.
I didn't hear if you said you were finished or not, or if you were
Yes.
there. Okay. Yes.
Can we just have one more moment?
Okay.
She does it.
Trish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are we on?
She just said, can I have a moment, please?
Oh, I thought she said, no, not that.
May I ask two quick
Let me speak to the lawyers, please.
Doctor, you are excused. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we actually, State, go ahead and call your next witness.
The state announces rest.
Okay, the state having rested its rebuttal case, we're going to recess until Tuesday morning, where the parties will have the opportunity to give a closing argument. The reason that there's going to be 2 days, Friday and Monday, is because the attorneys and myself are going to be working on the instructions and other legal matters. I assure you, we will all be here working hard. We're not just taking a long weekend. However, you do not need to be back until Tuesday morning. I am going to ask that you be back at 8:30 a.m. so that we can start at 9. Now, I know that my estimates on time are almost always way off. I'm sorry. I'm doing the best I can. Sometimes it's just hard to predict how long things will take. I can guarantee you, though, if I told you later, we'd be ready earlier. So I guess that's just the way it goes. In any event, please do not discuss the case. Do not talk about anything with anyone during the recess. I know that we are close to the end, but the rules still apply, and please, they need to be enforced strictly. Do not discuss anything. You may find that your friends and family members are just dying to know what is going on in here, and you have to tell them, be patient. When I'm finished, I can tell you whatever you want to know, but for now, I cannot talk about it. I have not typed up those orders for you all yet because I didn't realize that we were going to be finishing early, but I will, I'm happy, I'll do them really quickly. It should take me about 15 minutes. So anyone who needs theirs today, if you would just wait for a few minutes in the jury room, we'll get it to you. If not, I'm happy to email you the order for your employers, or you can get it next week. It's entirely up to you. But I will do them as quickly as possible so that those of you who may need them today will have them. Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if we're going to be working next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
We are. Well, let me put it this way. We anticipate that the closing arguments will take the majority of Tuesday, and then we anticipate you will begin I will instruct you and you'll begin deliberating on Wednesday. Now remember that once you begin deliberating, you are sequestered. So I will give you more specific instructions on what you need to bring and so on and so forth on Tuesday, but plan starting Wednesday you're going to be sequestered, and those of you who are on the panel, I'm sure it's no surprise to you that we have a number of alternates, but those of you who are actually going to participate in the deliberation process have to be sequestered, which means if you go past a reasonable time, 5:30, and you're not close to a result, to a verdict, then we would have the sheriff's office, like I told you, you would go in vans and the sheriff's office will accompany you to a hotel that is completely secret. They will accompany you, and there's all these very strict procedures that will need to be followed. I will tell you about those Tuesday, but again, plan that Wednesday night you will more than likely be staying in a hotel. Again, because there's no time limit on your deliberations, but we don't want to rush you in any way. So during business hours, the sheriff's office will bring you to the courthouse where you will go back to your normal jury room, and that's where 12 of you will deliberate until you go through everything that you need to go through and until you reach a verdict. However, that may take multiple days. I don't think at this point anyone knows. That will be up to you all how long it takes. And but just in the abundance of caution, I would ask that at the very least Wednesday night, you should plan on staying in a hotel. And again, with the security of the sheriff's office, it's a very secure, very private. That is for your sake and for the safety and security, and to uphold the sanctity of the jury process and the deliberations. So it's a very top secret process, and you will know more about it later when it actually happens. For now, just please know that you should plan on working Tuesday through Friday of next week, and the rest will have to play by ear. Okay? Are there any other questions about the process or about what time you need to be back? Anything like that? No, the alternates will be excused once the jurors begin deliberating. However, please don't assume that you are or are not an alternate at this point. You are all seated in alphabetical order, and I do that on purpose so that even I don't remember who the alternates are and who the actual jurors are, and that is because, as many of you know, well, the reason in this case that we selected so many alternates is because COVID was still quite bad when we began jury selection, and many of the staff members just among us were ill with COVID, and we all know how that was spreading, and we did not know whether we had to be very cautious in making sure that we had a suitable amount of jurors given the length of the case. And I will talk to you all more about this on Tuesday. But for sure, whether or not you are an alternate, you should not feel that your time here was any less important than the other jurors, because very frequently, especially in a case of this length, jurors are asked, alternates are asked to step in. So, and you all were selected in the order that you were called for jury duty. So it's not like the ones that were alternates are less preferable or more preferable to the lawyers or to myself. It goes in order. So you were all, I found that you were all fair and impartial people and suitable jurors. So please don't feel like if you find out you're an alternate that you're, I don't know, a bench warmer or whatever you call it, the second team, the B team, the co-pilot for our pilot over here. Co-pilot's as important as a pilot, right? Because if something happens to the pilot, we need a backup. But at least I would prefer one when I fly. So with that, thank you all very much, and I'll see you Tuesday morning at 8:30. Please leave your notepads behind. Okay, the jurors have been excused. I couldn't resist the pilot. I've been meaning to make some kind of pilot analogy, but I think that actually worked out well. I think they all understand. So as for today, is there anything else that we need to discuss? I would ask that before Monday, you all forward me as you have it prepared, even if it's on the weekend, any motions, any objections, any proposed jury instructions, any proposed special jury instructions, so that I can carefully review it before we start on Monday morning?
Yes.
Is there anything that I may have missed or forgotten to address?
Judge, we have a witness here that we need to proffer her testimony for the appellate record. It's Miss Mary Hamill. We need to have her come in, and Mr. Secor has some questions to ask her. She has testimony about the sexual abuse between Nikolas Cruz and Rocky, and she was also the individual who called the Broward Sheriff's Office in an effort to try and get somebody to come out and help the Cruz family. And she also called the FBI, so we'd be asking that what we had previously asked the court to take judicial notice of, that it now be moved into evidence, since we'll be able to prove the relevancy of that document. But we need to be able to put her testimony on the record, and I realize that the court has already ruled that that's not admissible before the jury, so we just need to make sure that it's on the appellate record. So we're requesting an opportunity to proffer Mary Hamlin's testimony. And she's present outside, Judge.
Who's the point person from the state on this issue?
Judge, I will, Your Honor, they can do what they want. If they want to proffer something on the record, we're not going to say they can't, but this seems untimely. They just can't pick a time to now offer evidence or preserve the record. It has to be done contemporaneous with an objection. And this is not contemporaneous. The case is closed. So the court, the purpose of a proffer is to put the court on notice, the trial court on notice, of what testimony the defense believes should be admissible. They should have done it at the time. They should have called this witness, and they didn't.
Why can't you just use her deposition or some statement for your proffer? I don't know why this is necessary.
Well, Judge, it's necessary because it's a capital case, and for appellate purposes, we need to have the proffer on the record. I understand Mr. Marcus's objection. However, we did not, it was the court's position that system failures could be admitted if you believe that it would be relevant.
And by the way, you said that. I remember you saying that a couple of times. When I pulled the order, I don't see where I said that.
I'll get you the transcript. Because it was right after he pled and we discussed it again, because the posture of the case had changed. But I can get you the transcript if you want to review that. So we have the witness here. The court has ruled, and we respect the court's ruling that sexual abuse is not admissible. We respect the court's ruling that any third-party negligence, what the state is referring to, and is what we're referring to as red flags or missed opportunities to prevent this from happening, we need to be able to have access to the record and get this testimony from this witness. And as the court is well aware, it can be deemed error for the court to prohibit the defense from having access to the record and making a proffer.
Oh, you haven't been denied access to the record.
No, I'm not saying that. I was just making the court aware of that.
But
Your Honor, we have not, I don't recall, and I'm sure Ms. McNeil will correct me if I'm wrong, I don't seem to have a recollection of this witness being involved in the...
I don't know who the person is, but...
sexual molestation issue of Rocky. I don't recall this being... Has it been mentioned by the defense with this witness testifying? I know that it was Paul Gold and Trish Westerland. Was this a witness that was mentioned for that issue?
I don't
recall it even being mentioned or decided on. And now that the case is over with, now they want to proffer additional evidence of the sexual molestation. It's just not timely.
Judge, we're not proffering, this is not for the jury. This is simply for the appellate record.
But did you even attempt to call this witness during your case?
No, because we were respecting the court's ruling, which said that that's not admissible and that any evidence of third-party negligence is not admissible either. This is the woman that called the FBI. This is the reason why the FBI settled and gave the victims' families $129 million. I mean, her testimony is very relevant to the appellate record. And I could say maybe it'll take 30 minutes. In an abundance of caution, we're asking the court to seriously consider our request to make a proffer of this evidence.
Well, why didn't you try to proffer her before you closed your case? I mean, why are you doing it when...
The case isn't over until the verdict has been read. And this is a proffer. This is not evidence that we're trying to seek to admit before the jury. A proffer is admissible anytime before the jury.
I've not read any case law that supports that, and I think this was perhaps an oversight on your part, which is why you're bringing it up now. I don't know, but at this point, I'm going to deny your request. I think it's moot, and I think that the evidence has been concluded. You had an opportunity to call any witnesses that you wanted. Certainly, you made proffers from other witnesses or presented those proffers. So at this time, your request is denied.
Okay, Judge, can I just put a couple things on the record?
You may.
Okay, Mrs. Mary Hamlin is one of Linda's oldest friends, they grew up together. She could testify about the relationship, about Linda's childhood. She would also testify that she was present and had conversations with Linda about Rocky sexually molesting Nicholas. She can also testify that this is the reason why Rocky went to Canada, and that she was also present when there was conversations between Linda, Roxanne, and Mary. All three of them talked about that. She would also provide testimony about her efforts to alert law enforcement, including we would also be seeking to admit the transcripts from the Judicial Committee and the investigation that the FBI had as a result of this complaint made by Mary Hamlin not being investigated by the Miami field office. The FBI has acknowledged that they did not divert that call to the Miami office. They've also acknowledged that Mary Hamlin's call and tip was put into their hotline system, where it alerted them to Ben Benight's call to the FBI the year before. Mr. Benight is the bondsman who had a YouTube channel where Nicholas posted that I'm going to be the next professional school shooter. That has been admitted into evidence several times through the state's witnesses and the state's experts, and in cross-examination of our experts, we've argued that that opened the door. We respect the court's ruling. So this witness would also be able to substantiate the relevance of the judicial notice that the court acknowledged it could be judicially noticed, but you were waiting for relevancy arguments of all the FBI-related documents, which include their admissions of their failed investigation, also includes the transcript of Mary Hamlin's call to the FBI, where she indicated that Nikolas Cruz had multiple firearms, that he was he acted as if he was 12 years old and he did not have the mental capacity to live on his own. She also indicated that this is the next Columbine waiting to happen. And then 3 weeks later, this tragedy happened. So I just like the record to reflect, and obviously there could be other testimony that could be elicited from this witness in the proffer that I can't predict, and without her actually testifying. So that's all I have.
And just to be clear, we did have multiple hearings on this issue, and I did listen to both sides very carefully, considering all of the arguments presented, as well as the law, and I did write a detailed order on this issue, I think over a year ago. I'd have to look at the court file, but this is not the first time I am hearing this, or even the fifth or more. Is there anything else?
No.
All right, thank you. We're in recess. Yes. What now? Yeah, I think it was this morning, but it could have been another day, that there were items that you were both in agreement, you were going to prepare an order, you said we didn't have to write them down. Actually, it was this morning because it was your mirror image. Tanya was here instead of word sense. When are you all going to have it? I just want to make sure it's not forgotten. Okay. And this is an agreed order?
Yes.
Great.
And Judge, we forgot to bring it up. We printed it at lunch, but we had 2 other documents that we just need to become court exhibits for the purposes of appeal. Can we just bring that on Monday?